Hello, everybody, and welcome into, where's my video? There I am. Welcome to my latest live broadcast. It is Saturday, the 15th of July, 2023. My name is Kerry Hills. Let's get to the show. I get that out of the way. Yes, I had a unexpected opportunity to make a video today. I don't want to be outside today. It's going to hit 118 degrees Fahrenheit here in Phoenix, and the air conditioner in Studio B here cannot cool this house below, if I'm lucky, I can hit 80. I'll set the thermostat to 77. It'll never go below 80. Thank goodness it shuts itself off when it freezes over and gives itself time to thaw out. So it's a heat pump. So as it's generating, it creates coldness up on the heat pump, and then that can cause the whole thing to freeze up, and then you can need a new air conditioner. But this one, I don't know who makes it, but they did a good job with it. So even though it's not quite cooling, we are getting a good 30-degree drop from the outside. Well, I guess it's more than 30. It's about 30, 32 degrees cooler in the studio than it is outside. So it's not like it's terrible, but it's also not a refrigerator, just so we're clear. So I thought, you know, if I'm not going outside, the thing is, though, is when I do these videos, I have to bring up all these lights, and they get pretty hot. So I got the ceiling fan on. I hope that doesn't distract you guys too much, but got to survive here. In the meantime, welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining me and hanging out on this unscheduled last-minute video here. Desmond Japin just became a supporter. Thank you, Desmond. And a few contributions also came in prior to the show starting. So a shout-out and a thank you to Sarge Tech with a $5 super chat. He says, this is my random unscheduled show fee. Paul O'Brien with €2 says, where's the worm, right? It's like Arrakis over here. Desmond, oh, that was the one I just said, who became a member. Thank you for becoming a supporter here, Desmond. All right, so the computer I have in front of me is a Lenovo. And this is an older Lenovo that was, I believe it was purchased off lease, used, refurbished, renewed, whatever you want to call it. And this was sent in 2 of these, matching set, from a viewer named Randy, and he wants me to give them away to people who could benefit from having them. But before I do that, I want to check them out. Now, he says he's done a clean install of Windows, though he's sure I'll probably redo it. I'm always curious how you guys set up your computers. My computers, when I set them up, I go through a lot of details a lot of people either don't know to do or can't be bothered to do. And I believe that makes my computers faster, more reliable, and more secure. So I thought, let's go through this today. I'm going to show you what I'm looking for, and we'll see what steps Randy's done differently from me as far as the setup of Windows, the BIOS, all that. We'll take a look at it. And certainly a big thank you to viewers like Randy who want to give back to the community. He bought these computers for a project he wanted to do and then realized he doesn't have any time to take on any more projects. What was he thinking? So rather than sell them off himself or donate them to a local charity, he thought of us. He thought of this community, and he said, could I send these to you for you to give away to someone in the community that will actually use them, since I won't have any time? And he told me what they were, and I said, yes, absolutely. I've been very interested in these little mini PCs. These are used, typically you're going to find these in corporations. Corporations that buy computers by the hundreds or the thousands at a time. One order. They call up, they go, hey, I need, 250 of these mini PCs. Big companies like Ford Motor Company or your local electric company, or I don't know, you think of any big corporation you do business with, Walmart, Kroger. They're massive. They have tens of thousands of employees, and there's a lot of them, and they need a lot of computers, and they need to be kept up to date. Unlike a home user, they're not going to keep a computer 8 or 10 years, usually, because there's too much at risk. More so than the cost of the computer is multiple thousands of times of lost revenue due to a hack, a break-in, lack of reliability, or productivity loss from the employees day to day, adding up into tens of thousands, if not literally millions of dollars, simply because they don't want to spend a couple $100 on a new PC. Now, in all fairness, these are more than a couple $100 when they're brand new. They're closer to $1,000 to $2,000 a piece. But the companies generally don't buy them, they lease them. because they know they're not going to keep them for 3-4 years, right? So they lease them, just like you lease a car. When the lease is up, they get returned. They lease new computers. And these computers, whether it's made by Lenovo, which is what we have here, or if it's made by HP, which we have right here, or if it's made by Dell, which we have right here, these all fit the same form factor. They're called 1L or 1 liter PCs. They're very small, and they're all built solid like a tank. They are all easy to get into, easy to work on, and have a plethora of options to upgrade them in various ways. If all you've ever owned in your life is a home PC that you bought at Best Buy or Walmart or some retail store, you have no idea what crap consumers are being sold. But yes, the business computers cost more. They're built better. They're easier to work on. They're just overall much better machines. Now, there's always exceptions. There are some crap consumer computers out there. There are some wonderful home computers out there. However, generally speaking, these little 1L PCs are absolutely rock solid, and you can get a great deal on them if you ever want to think about replacing your computer. You might be looking at prices of new PCs thinking, it's a bit rich for my blood. Well, you might consider buying an off-lease unit. So these all kicked off with about, I became aware of the off-lease i5 units. So most of these are i5s. This one in the middle, this Lenovo, is an AMD. Now, you don't typically see AMD workstation computers in corporations. Generally, AMD's market is, at least in the desktop processor, they're going after the PlayStation 5 Xbox gamer. That's their market. That's what they're always talking about, gaming this and gaming that. So while there are some AMD desktops in the workplace, there may only be 10-15%. The rest are all Intel based. And that's okay. That's not a judgment. It's not a criticism. It's just an observation, and you might wonder why. Why are there not more AMDs? But on the other hand, when it comes to gaming PCs and that marketplace, which is, again, not corporate, it's a consumer level, AMD is kicking Intel's butt in that regard. Not that you don't see Intel gaming PCs, but overall, generally preferred by the gamers are AMD. As you can imagine, there are nowhere near as many gamers as there are corporate employees that need computers at work. So you can kind of tell who's making more, right? And again, not a judgment. It's not one's better than the other. It depends on how you're wanting to use it. And again, one more time, there are AMD mini PCs in the workplace. You just don't see them very often, and this happens to be one of them. So I'm going to go ahead and put away the HP and the Dell. Now, of these, personally, I love the HP the best. I know that seems weird coming from me, because on the consumer side, HP stuff sucks. But on the business side, as far as I'm concerned, in the mini PC, they are the leader. When it comes to the mini PCs from Dell, they're all crap. They're harder to work on, they're not as upgradable, and they're not as well equipped, and they cost almost exactly the same. So why in the world would anybody pick the Dell? It makes no sense. Now, as for Lenovo, due to budget constraints here at the studio, I have not been able yet to afford an opportunity to purchase one. So this is the very first Lenovo mini PC I'm getting a look at, and this is several years old. I'm always curious how they might have changed over time. So I recently purchased a modern HP mini PC and a modern Dell mini PC. And I am sad to report the HP is still the much better choice, and the Dell still sucks. I've got a 13th gen 13500T Dell mini PC I purchased from eBay, and it was pretty pricey. I think it was around $600. And I had to put storage in it, and it's like it wasn't the end of the spending. Come to find out, it only has a Gen 3 NVMe drive and no Type-C USB port on it. And yet I purchased a used 12500 HP for less money, and it runs the NVMe Gen 4, gives me an extra NVMe slot, so I have two. The Dell has a place for an extra NVMe M.2 slot, but they don't give it to you. The circuit board is just blank where there should be a connector, and you cannot add it. So Uh, yeah, I'm sticking with HP. It's cheaper. I think it's better built. It's easier to take apart. It just feels like it's higher quality than the Dell. Even the face of the Dell seems like a Tonka toy or a Child's Fisher Price toy. The HP seems more business oriented and much better built. Oh, and as for the Lenovo, well, we're going to find out. I'm not exactly sure yet. We're out to find out today. That's what we're here to do, is check out Lenovo. And I will say, just in full disclosure, I did already take a look at the twin of this model that Randy sent. Was it Randy? Yeah, it was Randy. And I did some work on it. So I have an idea of what to expect here. And I think I fired this up and moved some files to it, but I haven't done any work to it. Okay, so just full disclosure, it's not like I'm powering this up for the first time. I wanted to make sure that they worked and that they booted up properly before I made a video on it. Buy a Mac, Frank Jimmy says. Yeah, I'd rather you just kick me square in the nuts, Frank. The day I own a Mac, yeah, that's the day you know that the aliens abducted me and replaced me with a clone, and it's a little off. Apple's one of the greediest corporations on the planet Earth, and they treat their customers like crap, and their operating systems are fenced in, so you can't even get whatever apps you want. Apple has to approve whatever apps you're allowed to have. And the app makers have to give Apple a cut of the money, whether they like it or not. It's a horrible company. Absolutely strongly recommend you do not do business with Apple. It's horrible. However, if you're somebody who is more into fashion and lifestyle and you don't really care about computers and you don't really understand computers, Apple is right up your alley. So they do have the right audience, but I don't think my audience is that kind of mentality. But if you are, enjoy your Apple. But we don't do that here. So Matthew Burton said I had to replace the battery in my car a little while ago. The humidity made it miserable. Yeah, this is the time of year batteries in cars will go. It typically happens in extreme heat or extreme cold. So when the weather changes and you've got a battery that's over a year and a half, 2 years old, if you go to get in your car as the weather's changing one direction or the other, like significantly, yeah, that's when your battery will fail. That's pretty typical. Here in Arizona, batteries only last about 2 years. You might be able to get 3 years out of it. So it'll usually, for me, happen in the wintertime. I can usually get through summer okay. It's when we go, because the desert, it drops temperature rapidly. We'll go from a 90-degree day down to a 60-degree or 50-degree night. And then from that point forward, it won't warm up beyond 80 or even 75. It drops drastically. It doesn't have a gradual drop off. It's a cliff. And then you'll go to start your car and the battery will just have nothing. It'll just be, oh yeah, what's the temperature outside? Oh yeah, what was it yesterday or last week? How old's the battery? Oh yeah. So that's an easy diagnosis for me. I've been through that a lot. Luckily, it doesn't happen too often in the summer because I'd rather replace the battery in the cooler weather than, like you just mentioned, doing it in the heat. David Ice says hello. There's Mortant and Paul Ho, Jim KJ3N, and more. Rick Lakes all saying hello. Antoine Olivier says, I don't understand freedom degrees. Well, that's what Google's for. Do you understand? If you got to YouTube, you must understand how Google works. So if you don't understand what 118 degrees Fahrenheit is, type into Google 118F space TO space Celsius. Enter. Ta-da. The power's in your hands, my friend. You have the world of knowledge right here, and you can't be bothered to push the buttons? Weird. All right, Mike Visions contributes £2. Thank you to Mike Visions. Oh, I got my Gatorade. That's what I need. This box you see on the counter, these are little HDMI ports. See these HP computers? Let me step over and I'll show you. These little HP mini PCs, right over here, they have this port right back here that's replaceable. You can replace it with like a USB port or a 10 gig Ethernet port or an HDMI port. And since the ports by default in business computers are almost always DisplayPort, and typically they have a VGA that's very common, this part may be just a metal plate that you have to knock out, or they may be some other, like HP calls it a Flex IO port. There's about 6 or 7 different kinds of ports you can put in there. So I went on eBay and I found the HDMI add-on port, Flex IO port. And you just pop it in there, and when you pop it in there, it looks like that. And now the computers have HDMI, and you don't have to use a DisplayPort adapter. Since I have so many of these HPs to give away, I found an eBay seller that was discounting the ports the more you bought. So I bought like 20 of them. And I think I've done about 4 or 5 of them so far. And for the cost, they're not much more than the DisplayPort to HDMI adapter cable, but it also gives you the opportunity to have a second monitor where you would not otherwise have that. Well, unless it was VGA, I guess. So it's really cool. Most of these machines all have some kind of upgrade like that available. And as I mentioned, the newer HPs, if you look up, just Google the HP Flex IO ports, you'll see the variety of Flex IO ports options. Of course, you have to just pick one. It's only one spot for it, but it's really, really cool. And it's super easy. It takes about 6 minutes to upgrade that. Really super easy. Douglas Burchell says, Kerry fired up the mini PC and it blew my mind how quick it is, and it's way smaller than it appears on screen. Thanks again to you and Buster. Right on, Douglas. Well, we're glad to hear you're enjoying it. When I heard Douglas talking about he's going to upgrade the RAM and he's going to do this, I'm like, what are you doing, man? I wouldn't send you something you need to upgrade. It should be good right out of the box. Now, if at some point the computer seems like it's being sluggish, or, I don't know, you start running out of space, then you upgrade it. I'd hate for somebody to go to upgrade a brand new computer and accidentally damage it, and then they don't have any computer anymore. Then which was better? Were you better off just leaving it alone and enjoying it? So even though it can be very easy to upgrade a computer, and I want to emphasize this, people make mistakes all the time. Simple, little, stupid mistakes. You knew better. You knew when it happened, and it was completely avoidable and unnecessary. So at the end of the day, it's your computer, it's your responsibility, it's your consequences. But I'd say before you do anything, get to know it a little bit, get to enjoy it a little bit, and then you can decide, what's the best upgrade path for you, if an upgrade path is even necessary at this time. Remember, that stuff's only going to get cheaper. Instead of saying, well, I'll upgrade this now so I don't have to later, you may never need it later, and it'll be cheaper. If you should need it, it will be later. You don't need it now. And if you need it in a year from now or 2 years from now, whatever it is, storage, RAM, it will be much, much cheaper to do it then. It's foolish, in my opinion, to spend the money and the time and risk damaging the unit in anticipation of what you might need in the future when it's meeting your needs today. So again, it's your computer, it's your money, but I want to give you something to contemplate before you spend money unnecessarily and take unnecessary risks that have no benefit for you today. Okay, but glad to hear you're enjoying it. It was just something that was rotating in my mind there, and I wanted to get that out, so I feel better. John Inglis contributes £2. Thank you so much, John. What else? Jim KG3N said heat index was 97 degrees Fahrenheit in Delaware an hour ago. Fernando wants to know which mini PC allows you to play high-end games. These are corporate computers. How many corporations do you know play high-end games? I don't think Fernando's really understanding the concept. There are other mini PCs, not these corporate ones, made by companies like Minis Forum and B-Link. And essentially what you need to do is look at the prices. If you see a price of $800 to $2,000 on the Minis Forum or B-Link computers, those are the ones that play games. Just look at the most expensive ones, but not from HP or Dell or Lenovo. None of these are gaming. You cannot make these gaming machines. Maybe they have some with a high-speed USB or Thunderbolt port with an external GPU, but still, it would not be good. Bebo says all the mini PCs are tempting. I'm trying to hold off until 2025 when computers will no longer be updated by Microsoft. Well, Microsoft's going to continue upgrading computers. I don't know what you're talking about. That's simply the end of life for Windows 10. Who cares? Who cares? I mean, Windows 11 is out already, and it's been well established, and they've worked out the bugs. And rumor has it Windows 12 will be out around October of 2024. So if you're still running Windows 10 in 2025, you're 3 operating systems behind. That's like running Windows 7 today. Why would you do that? Ugh. You just like to stay in the past? I think I'll wait. I'm going to keep my horse and buggy. I don't think these cars are going to catch on. Look, if you want to stay behind in the world will leave you behind. I just want you to know that. Nobody's coming for you. You'll just stay there and eventually be all alone. And that's your choice if that's what you want. But I highly encourage you to keep up with the pack, but you do you. Frank said he was answering a question in the chat about where to buy used Mac. Oh, sorry, Frank, I didn't see that. I thought you were recommending Macs. Isn't the chat room great? So that's why it's great when you're addressing somebody to always put an @ symbol in front of their name and also say, you know, to answer your question. And then when somebody pops in like me and sees it, I have a reference to what you're talking about. But, you know, you don't have to do that. But if you don't, you can expect more of the same. You can help us both out. Let's see. Mira Ora says, I've got a 2023 Lenovo IdeaPad laptop running OpenSUSE Linux. There you go. Gary, it's Randy. It's 107 here in Palmdale. Woo! That sounds hot. Randy who? I know a lot of Randys. I don't know which Randy this is. Randy's the Lenovo guy. Oh, it's that Randy. You're not blue in the chat, Randy? I'll have to correct that. I think I've got an Amazon package being delivered. Let's see if it beeps again. Yep, sure did. And then it'll beep one more time. So I knew that. I knew as soon as I go live. I knew that's when the packages were going to be delivered. They just somehow know. He's in the shower. Quick, ring the doorbell. He's live. Activate the security cameras. Walking into a library going, excuse me, do you have any books on paranoia? And the librarian goes, you. All right. Greg Lilly says it's only 86 degrees Fahrenheit here in Springfield, Missouri. Let's make sure Randy is blue in here. Oh, Randy was already blue. Standard moderator. Save. All right, let me go grab those packages out of before they melt. I'll have melted computer chips. Were you guys hearing the beeping, or was my microphone muting that out? All right, I'll just set these boxes here where they can cool down. In fact, I want to open one of these up and let the heat out of it. They delivered a bag of heat. Oh, they're just solid state drives. They should be fine. Oh no, this isn't a solid state drive. Okay. I saw a deal at Amazon on a mini PC, and Yeah. I'm looking at some manufacturers I've never heard of before, and this is one of them. It is a hot box. Let's open it up and let it cool off. James says you heard the beeps. Good, good. So you know I wasn't just... Glad you could hear what I was reacting to, I guess is what I'm trying to say. This is supposed to be a 12th generation N100. We didn't have much luck with the Chewy version of a little computer like this. In fact, it was a piece of crap, and their support was crap. And I'd strongly recommend you avoid Chewy. But this company I never heard of, just like I never heard of Chewy at the time. They're called Eladin or something like that. Apparently they put a D and an N together without a vowel in between there. So I'm not quite sure how you say it. But it looks a lot like the Chewy, but the insides are supposed to be much, much better. Super, super tiny. Yeah, 12th Gen N100. So I'll be very curious. I will make a dedicated video review on this in the near future. So, okay, I was wondering what the heck that box was. It was a weird shape, the package. But it's super tiny and should be spec'd out better than the J Celeron processor that Chewy had that was 4 years old, that they put Windows 11 on that Windows 11 doesn't support. Said, you sold a computer with Windows 11 that doesn't support Windows 11? I said, well, it had Windows 11 on it, didn't it? Okay. I see. I see how you guys think. You forced Windows 11 on it, bypassing all the security checks and telling Windows 11 to install anyway. And then you said, look, it's got Windows 11 on it. We didn't lie. It's dirty. Anyway, that little computer I just showed you is like $125. So we'll see. Is it worth $125 or did I just flush it down the toilet like I did with the Chewy unit that was also $125? I'll tell you one thing, can't be much worse. Craig Lilly says, I prefer the crunchy ones over the chewy ones. Yeah. Well, if I find a mini PC named Crunchy, I'll definitely put it on my to buy list. Marvin Jenkins says hello from Milwaukee. It's 82 degrees there. Hey, welcome in, Marvin. I wouldn't mind being in Wisconsin right now, or in the neighboring Michigan, where I'm from. Randy says, to answer someone's question about gaming on these units, emulation is your best bet. Most will run just fine. I don't consider emulation to be gaming. Like, I could also tell you, you could run MAME, right? You can run all those 1980s arcade games. But when I hear the word gaming from an audience tech savvy enough to know how to come into a chat room and participate, I'm assuming they're talking about AAA titles. I think they're talking about Starfield or, at the very least, Fortnite. So, stuff like that, Cyberpunk. And yeah, that's not going to happen. At least not without spending about $1,000. Pretty close to it. That's all I'm trying to say. But I guess it depends on how we define gaming, because solitaire is also gaming. And you don't even need a computer for that. It's just a deck of cards. Cost you 52 cents. Penny a card. Patrick Manny says it's 78 degrees Fahrenheit with thunderstorms in Kettering, Ohio. Oh, that sounds lovely. I'd love a little rain right now. Hey, Cordius Technology says, Carrie, it's Kenton. It's 101 in Texas. That's not too bad. Dustin says, Carrie, it's 70 degrees in Algonac, Michigan. Ah, you're killing me. What I wouldn't give to be there right now. All right. I think I'm caught up. So getting on with it. The computer, I don't know why I plugged it in. I'm going to take the back off. Now, the Lenovo's don't have a thumb screw for some reason. You need a screwdriver, which is all these, the HP and the Dell have a pretty fat thumb screw. You can just reach back and turn it. But with Lenovo, oh, and the thumb screw is captive, meaning it doesn't come out. Lenovo's using a big screw that just totally comes right on out and easily lost, and you need a tool. The Dell and the HP, you don't need tools. So strike one on the Lenovo, but let's keep going. Now, Lenovo, like the Dell, has an external antenna for the built-in Wi-Fi. The HPs use an internal antenna. And if you're stacking these antennas really get in the way, and they're all on the same side, I would rather stack when the antenna is built in. But if you want the best range, you definitely want the external antenna. So I'm not going to give it a plus or minus on that, because that depends on the environment in which it's being used and the preference of the user. All right, let's take a look at what we got in here. Let's see how it compares. It's very similar in a lot of ways to the other units. I mean, when you're working in this much space, there's not really a whole lot of creativity in how you can do things differently. Now we can see there is a punch out right here for an add-in card. Not sure what they offer on the Lenovo line, but once again, you have no HDMI. It's DisplayPort, USB, DisplayPort, so yeah, 2 USBs, 2 DisplayPorts. We've got an audio out here, another 2 USBs here, Ethernet here, Wi-Fi antenna there. And this is a funky rectangular power connector that Lenovo likes to use on a lot of their products. Installed, there's a 2.5-inch solid state drive. And this is running an AMD A9 processor. I think that's our power button. Right there is our power button. That is our speaker. And usually somewhere near the CPU often is where the RAM goes on these, but this is all bolted down. Well, I guess Lenovo thinks you're going to need tools to do anything with their stuff. That's unfortunate. HP, you don't need any tools to swap out the RAM or upgrade the RAM. You can do that just with your hands. I'm not even sure where the RAM is on this, quite frankly. And I don't know if this has NVMe options and they just selected a 2.5-inch drive. Now, even when they do require tools, they should be very easy to work on. So I only see one screw here for the 2.5-inch drive enclosure. That is a funky looking screw. I don't know about how I can show it. I'll just put that over here with the other funky screw. And it just slides forward. The whole cage slides towards me. So the RAM and the Wi-Fi card are underneath the 2.5-inch drive. And there is an M.2 slot. I see it right here, right there. Let's see if I can bring this up without breaking these wires off. This is an antenna coming off the Wi-Fi card. So we want to be careful with it. Those are pretty fragile. They're thin cables with small, delicate solder points. But there's the RAM and the Wi-Fi card. There's the M.2 slot. And a couple of holes where I guess you would need to put a standoff to tie that down somehow, which I'm not sure about. And then those empty connectors right there for add-in boards. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So I imagine if I wanted to upgrade this to NVMe, I could, provided I could get that standoff. And the parts for these should be super easy to find because they build them by the... I'm sure they've built well over 1 million of these units, easily. So with all the accessories and add-on parts, going on eBay or I mean, eBay would be my first choice. I'm sure there's plenty to pick from. I do see, oh, this is interesting. This is quite interesting. It looks like they give us a standoff right here, but I'm wondering. Oh, I see. I see. That's designed for the 2.5-inch drive cage to bolt down. I don't see anything for it to bolt down to. Of course, our 2032 battery is right there as well. To point that out. Very easy, right? I mean, getting into this was still really, really simple. Interesting. I think it's interesting. I think the HP is better designed. I would put HP first, Lenovo second, and Dell third if I had to pick an order of my preference. The Dell isn't terrible. It's just terrible by comparison. If I didn't know any better, I'd be happy with the Dell. There you go. There's your slogan, Dell. You can quote me. Matt Power wants to know what's better, DisplayPort or HDMI? It depends what your preferences are. That's why they both exist. If one was clearly better than the other one in all ways, then only one would exist. It's like asking me what's better, Ford or Chevy. Well, it depends what you're looking for. A truck, a car, a four-wheel drive, an electric vehicle. Are you looking for a sports car? Are you looking for a convertible? Are you looking for a SUV? There's not one clear answer that fits all. It is something you must decide on your own. I'm confident you can do it. You can do it. Let's see. I need my HDMI DisplayPort to HDMI adapter, which is these little adapters I pick up on Amazon. They're about $10. And all it is it converts the DisplayPort into an HDMI plug, and then I don't have to replace all my cabling. Makes my life easier. Of course, if I can add an HDMI plug to this, ooh, that would be cool. But these are super cheap. A lot of people outside of businesses don't have DisplayPort monitors. A lot of people plug these into their televisions. And some people have older monitors, and if your monitor is old enough that it still has, oh, never mind. I was going to say if it still had a DisplayPort. If it still had VGA, because a couple of these older units like this have VGA support, but this does not. This is DisplayPort only. But converting DisplayPort to VGA, gosh, words are hard for me today. Converting DisplayPort to HDMI is very inexpensive and simple. Not a lot of complication in this. It's very simple. Okay, so let me plug the HDMI in like this. And let me step around and grab the keyboard and mouse. We'll plug that in. And I guess I can, since Windows is already set up on this from Randy, we can plug it in and boot her up. Craig Casabona with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Craig. Let's see. Internet cable. Where's my internet cable? In this spaghetti of wiring I call Studio B. Somewhere. Ah, I found you. I see you. Hiding amongst the power cables. Nice try. All right. Step around. One more time. Did I turn this on? Yes. I turn this on? Yes. I'm going to leave the lid off. I'm going to put myself in the corner. Because let's face it, that's really where I belong. There I go. Think about what you've done, Kerry. And we'll turn HDMI input on. And power. Fan spinning. That's a good start. In a moment, we should see a power on self-test screen. Jason Myrick says DisplayPort to VGA isn't difficult either. No, it is difficult. So the problem is DisplayPort and HDMI are both digital cables. VGA is analog. So you usually, to convert HDMI or DVI into an analog signal, you need an additional power source to do the, you need a little circuit board. You have to give it power to translate that digital signal. So then the adapter looks like a little octopus with a bunch of cables. It's a big mess. Trust me, it's not worth it. And it's an expensive adapter. So something I found the other day is I think my DisplayPort cable, look, I am plugging cables in and out all day, all the time. And after a while, I do end up breaking cables. And because we've been sitting here on no signal, I had a problem with this cable last night. And I wasn't sure if it was the computer or the cable. So I went ahead and I ordered some more adapters from Amazon, which won't be here till Monday. So in the meantime, if I push down on this, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure if it was in the computer, but it appears to be something's wrong with my cable. I have broken it. So maybe if I just put the power adapter on top of it for now, we can MacGyver that to get through. Oh, he calls himself a professional. Hey, you know what? I'm getting the job done. I'm not letting stuff like this get in the way. What a professional would do is say, I'm going to order a part and I'll come back on Tuesday. In the meantime, you can go without. And my fix apparently hasn't. Oh no, now the computer just went to sleep. Okay, that wasn't, it can get confusing. It's the same symptom when the computer goes to sleep as when the cable isn't working. All right. Welcome to my life, right? Everything isn't so straightforward and one blanket fits everybody, right? It's a one size fits all. Blanket fits everybody? I guess a blanket would fit everybody, wouldn't it? That's a terrible expression. What I meant to say, words are hard. To throw a blanket over an entire group of people, say all of these people behave this way because they are, and fill in the blank, race, religion, age, gender, is ignorant. And doing that to computer problems and saying, well, how do you fix this problem? There could be 15 different reasons why you're having that problem. So there isn't necessarily one fix that applies to you that, right out of the gate. There will be one fix, don't get me wrong. I just don't know which of the many that are possible is the one that's causing your issue. And this is a great example of how complex this stuff can be, that there's so much variety and detail that to oversimplify it is doing yourself a disservice. Bull142 with a $10 super chat contribution. Thank you for that, Bull142. Let me go full screen over here so I can see the screen. Okay, here we go. It's an interesting wallpaper you got there, Randy. So here's one of the things. First of all, I want to change those power settings so the thing stops going to sleep on me. So I'll just type in the word hello. Wait a minute. Why's my keyboard not working? There it goes. Power. And I get power and sleep settings. And I want to change this to about 3 hours because this is going to drive me up a wall. And I set the sleep mode to never, unless it's a laptop and I'm trying to save battery when it's not plugged in. If it is plugged in, I never put anything to sleep that's plugged into power because it's just, to me, stupid, pointless. Like you're missing the plot. You're not understanding why that setting is there. But you can do that if you want to. I'm just telling you why I don't. Now, over here, isn't it funny how I have to qualify everything I say now that should be obvious and implied? The world has changed since the 80s. Let me right click on the taskbar. We'll go over here to setting. No, over to news. No, I'm going to go to search. I want to get rid of this little stupid cartoon thing down here. So I go to search by right clicking on the taskbar in Windows 10. It's a completely different process in Windows 11. And I just want to turn off show search highlights. Now, I kid you not, I've had people leave me a comment and ask me, well, great, you showed us how to turn it off, but how do you turn it on? And I'm like, you know what? Let me throw in the towel. I'm out. I'm done. Yes, people using computers with no common sense. Now that I've just belittled those people, let me ask you in the chat, does anybody here in the chat not understand Maybe take a guess on how you would turn that back on if you wanted it. Let me wait and see what answers we get before I continue, so I know exactly who I'm dealing with. Sarge Tech has succinctly summarized it in 3 letters. Gary Tatum says, that's inconceivable. Paul M said, the same way you turn it on and off. Thank you. Well, you showed me how to flip the light switch to turn the lights off, but what if I want to turn the lights back on? Huh? Look, I appreciate and I encourage people to ask questions, but I'd really like them to think about it before they open their mouth and speak. Like, did you even think about this before you asked it? So this was very puzzling to me when I was working on the other Lenovo. I guess Randy set this up with the temperature down here, or I don't know why that's there, but it says heat warning. Do you see, you guys see that, right? And I'm like, oh, is the CPU running hot? And then it went and it said, oh, it's 100 and, oh, it's only 109 today. It's supposed to hit 118, but it's only 3 o'clock. So the temperature continues to go up here in Phoenix until about 5:30, 6 o'clock, and then you'll see the temperature start to go back down. You watch it today. Watch when the temps, they'll keep climbing, and then pay attention to what time it is before the temps go down 1 digit. It'll be well into the evening. Now, yeah, I saw that heat warning and I thought, oh no, Windows is telling me my computer's having a heat problem. I've never seen that warning before. So if I haven't seen that before, maybe you haven't seen it either, and I don't want you to be confused like I was. That's just a weather app. So Matthew Goff says, duh. I think that's a duh for me, right? Daniel Bird said you can do the same thing but standing on your head. Oh yeah, so it makes the reverse effect, right? I gotcha. He's referring to the earlier thing about the search icon. All right. And everybody's laughing. Good, I'm glad you're laughing. I'm trying to get some laughter here. Let's take a look at the specs on this machine. As I mentioned, I've never seen an AMD Business Mini computer before. I've heard they existed. They were like a chupacabra, but I've never seen one. It's a fun word, isn't it? Chupacabra. Chupacabra. Let's go to system. Let's see what we got. Now, there is a link in the video description, like there always is, about the product itself, the product page from Lenovo. These aren't made anymore. This is many, many years old. But for archival purposes, Lenovo thankfully has kept the page up so we know how it was promoted and advertised and what features they put up front and forward to sell the machine. Cowboy Rowdy with a $10 super chat, who's also been a member for 12 months. Right on, Cowboy Rowdy. Thank you so much for continuing to support the channel. And Jeb, who's been a member for, well, somewhere 2 months or more, contributes $10. He says, I love every stream that work schedule allows me to view. I wish I could participate more. The combo of info and entertainment is outstanding as usual. Please keep it coming and keep it live. Right on, Jeb. Thank you. All you're doing is encouraging me. Look, I think it's great that all the writers and actors in Hollywood are going on strike because I think it's a wonderful opportunity for content creators such as myself to get an audience that has nothing to watch, who normally would be watching something. Like there hasn't been a Stephen Colbert show on in forever. There hasn't been a John Oliver show on in forever. These are shows I would watch if they were on. And a lot of shows that were scheduled to start aren't starting. And the ones that are starting is because they all concluded before the strike began. If the strike lasts longer, I think it's a benefit for social media and content creators. And it's quite possible that the people who leave, or let me rephrase, it's quite possible people change their viewing habits. And instead of going to the TV first, they go to YouTube first, or wherever social content they started watching. Once you start watching a show, it's difficult to stop in the middle. And if there's a break in it, in the society that we live in where information is being thrown at us all the time, It's so easy to forget it even existed until somehow you've accidentally come across it. Someone says, hey, have you seen season 8 of something and something? And you're like, holy cow, that was back on. I stopped watching it back in season 3 when they had the writer's strike. I didn't realize they started up again. Oh, well, you got some catching up to do. Oh, yeah. And then maybe they will and maybe they won't, because they've lost the motivation to watch it. It's like, not into it anymore. Right now, I'm watching a new show. Speaking of shows, squirrel moment. Because there's nothing on TV, I saw a YouTube video where they were recommending a show called Warrior. And Warrior is a 10-episode a season Cinemax show that reminds me of Peaky Blinders. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Peaky Blinders or Boardwalk Empire that was on HBO. It takes place in 1850, 1849, and it's based on a script that Bruce Lee was working on, but never had a chance to make it for obvious reasons. And Bruce Lee's, his daughter, she's an executive producer on the show. And they are currently airing season 3 right now. I just finished season 1, and I mean, I'll watch 10 minutes of a show, and 9 times out of 10, it's too slow. I shut it down, move on to something else. This show had me glued the moment it started. The cinematic technique, you can't tell where there is CGI and where it isn't. Very similar, Peaky Blinders looked like it was really taking place in the 1930s. Boardwalk Empire looked like it was taking place in the 1930s. This looks like it's really taking place in the mid-1800s in San Francisco. It's about Chinese immigrants coming into San Francisco, and the existence of Chinatown and the racism, and it's really, really good. And there's a lot of kung fu in it. Is it kung fu? It's karate anyway. Anyway, it's really, really, if you're looking for something and you have ability to get it, each episode's about a little under an hour long, and it is an adult show. Violent, there's nudity, there's swearing, everything I like. All right, let's get back to the computer. All right, this is AMD Pro A6. I thought it was an A9. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's an A6 8570ER5. Did you get that? Repeat it back to me. Don't look at it. Just strictly from memory. What did I just say? Could you do that, Carrie? No, I could not. I just want to see if you can. This has 2 cores plus 4G. What is that? 4 graphics cores? And those 2 sticks of RAM must be 4 gigs each because we've got a total of 8 gigs. We're running Windows 10 Pro 22H2. Okay. Now, where I was going before I so rudely interrupted myself was I would bring up on any HP, Dell, Lenovo, Samsung, any of the big name manufacturers, Asus, if you have a mini PC from them or a laptop from them, you want to go to their website and look for updates. And the way they do updates for these mini PCs or any pre-built computer that is, not a boutique handcrafted computer, but just a pre-built. We would type in support, typically .thecompanyname.com. Usually that'll get you there. And look, that's where it got us. What a lucky guess. Do we want support on a PC, data center, on a mobile device, or a smart device? It's a PC. Okay. They have something called Lenovo Service Bridge, which can automatically scan your PC to tell you what make and model you have and how it was sold. Oh, and look, it works. Look at this. It pulls up our serial number. It pulls up our machine number. It pulls up machine info and how it was sold. It was sold with Windows 7 Pro with a 500 gig SATA mechanical hard drive. Well, that's clearly been upgraded since then. If we look over here to the left, It says drivers and software. Isn't that easy? You don't have to guess. We can also see, let me go back one. We can see when the warranty expired, which apparently we have 0 months of warranty remaining. You know that that Dell I told you I bought off eBay? It's got 36 months of support remaining on it. Isn't that crazy? Anyway, drivers and software. Now, what I'm particularly interested in is the BIOS. So one of the things we can do is say, for automatic update, Lenovo will scan Lenovo computers to determine what Lenovo drivers are missing from your Lenovo machine. Is it necessary for me to tell you that this only works with Lenovo machines? And the same is true with Asus and HP and Dell. In fact, if you have a Dell or an HP or an Acer or Asus or Lenovo laptop, they usually have an update utility in your start menu that will get you other updates that Windows Update will never offer you. Most people do not update their BIOSes, and the BIOS can make a significant improvement in the compatibility, reliability, security, and the performance of the computer. Not always, but there's a reason why they've released the BIOS, and I don't need to know what it is to know that I want it. So, right now it's scanning, it's at 65%. How many of you in the chat did not know that you could do this with a pre-built machine? Is this new information for any of you? Because it has been this way for over a decade. And I'm just curious, how many of you did not know this? And the reason I ask is I get a lot of machines in for repair where the customers they're still running all the original drivers and BIOS. They've never updated it. And I suspect Randy hasn't updated the BIOS, and it's free. Wesley says, Kerry, you still have a Mustang or something else right now? That's a random question. It's a funny story. I bought a Lexus NX300 because I wanted a car that was comfortable, got decent gas mileage, and most importantly was reliable. And I needed to be able to haul equipment around in it, which the Mustang wasn't really ideal for. Stuff would slide around in the trunk under turning or braking hard. That's not good for the computers of my equipment. But Camera Girl really, really likes the Lexus. And she's driving a 2019 Dodge Challenger with the V6, which my Mustang was a V6. And she goes, would you mind if I tried the Lexus out? And I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Just leave me with the Challenger. I like the Challenger. So that was about a year ago now. Honestly, I think I prefer the Challenger than the Lexus. It's got presence. You know, nobody says, oh, sorry, I didn't see you. The hell you didn't see me. This car's massive. And when it comes up behind you, you know it's there. And the V6, it feels like a V8. It feels faster than the Mustang, even though my Mustang was a V6. It drives like a Cadillac, but the Mustang drove like a sports car. The Dodge Challenger is so comfortable, it's hard to believe it's a sports car until you get the insurance bill. And the gas mileage, even though it's a heavier car than the Mustang, it beats the Mustang in mileage. The Mustang was getting me between 23 and 25 miles per gallon. Right now on the Challenger, it says 24, but I've been running the AC a lot. With the AC off and a lot of freeway driving, I'm getting 26 out of it, and that's using regular unleaded gasoline. The Lexus, on the other hand, it wants premium gasoline. And back in the day, premium was only 20 cents more. It was regular unleaded for a certain price, mid-range unleaded for 10 cents more per gallon, and then premium unleaded for 10 cents more on top of that per gallon. Now, premium unleaded has significantly gone up. So people that drive European cars or luxury cars, apparently they have the money to pay for the gas, but yeah, so I'm really, really, really enjoying the Dodge Challenger. It's got an 8-speed transmission. It's got power when I need it. It's comfortable. There's a few features I wish it had, like blind spot detection. I'm always very nervous when I'm changing lanes in it. And I wish it had the built-in garage door opener, but it's not a big deal. I just keep the garage door opener in the car, but it'd be nice if it was on the rearview mirror. If I had those two things, that'd be great. It does have the rear backup camera, which is absolutely necessary. It's a massive car. But Boy, if you told me I had to pick one, you have to pick the Lexus SUV, which is practical and reliable, or the Dodge, which is a little more impractical, but is proven to be very reliable. Which one would you pick? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if I'm going to take people somewhere, the Lexus has 4 doors. But if it's just me, maybe and camera girl, I don't need 4 doors. So then I prefer the Challenger. Going out at a night on the town, I want to take the Challenger. Going on a road trip, I don't know. The Challenger is a big, massive trunk. So, oh, that's a tough one. I don't know. I just can't get over how comfortable it is. It's way more comfortable than the Camaro, and it's way more comfortable than the Mustang. It rides like a luxury car. It's so soft. Anyway, we're off topic, but thank you for the question. Don't get me started talking about cars. Wesley Williams says, I always like the look of the Challenger. I've heard Dodge was terrible. Stay away from Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and I never owned one because that's all I heard growing up. But Camera Girl used to have a Chrysler 300. And I was really impressed at how good it was. Power, reliability. This doesn't match what I've been told. So then I kind of took another look at Dodge Challenger when it was time to trade in the Mustang, and then ultimately, traded it in on the Lexus. But with the Camera Girl getting the Challenger, anyway, they're very different cars, and I like them very much. They're very equally, but for very different reasons. But I had somebody pull up to me the other day. I guess it was about a month ago when the weather was nicer, and I had the windows down. There's this big truck. It was like a government truck or something. And I hear this woman yell out, "Hey!" And I look over and talking. We're sitting at a light. She goes, "I like how your car looks. I like that color." I said, "Thanks. You should see it when I wash it because it's really dirty right now." She goes, "It looks like you're going really fast, even though we're at a stoplight." That doesn't happen too often in Phoenix. Usually if one driver is going to talk to another driver, it's, not pleasant. So that was nice. Morton said it's a chick magnet. Oh, I don't know. I like to think I'm the chick magnet. I like to think it. All right, let me have it. All right, what do we have for BIOS? It says Flash BIOS update is available for the M715Q. Lenovo calls their mini computers tiny computers. So that's why Patrick over at Serve the Home has a series on reviewing these mini computers, these 1 liter or 1L mini PCs called Tiny Mini Micro. And it's because each manufacturer, Lenovo with tiny, HP calls theirs mini, and Dell calls theirs micro. So if you look at Serve the Home, or STH, which is a YouTube channel here, it's more business oriented, but I think there's a lot of great content that would benefit anybody with a computer. And if you look up the Tiny Mini Micro, all one word, you'll find his videos. And now it makes sense. I get it now. This is tiny, Dell is micro, HPs are minis. Got it. Now, it says it's recommending this update for us. So this implies that we need it. So this is version, basically you just need to look at these last three, 53, this 53A right there, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and download this. How do I download it? That's not clickable. Oh, download selected. Okay, so apparently that's all it wants me to grab. Let's grab it real quick like. Is it doing anything or? Shouldn't be that big of a download. BIOSes are usually pretty small. Lenovo support automated updates is ready to install. Oh, okay. Well, install it now. Sure. Why not? See what that does. Now, yeah, we can use a utility to take a look at what our current BIOS version is. It might even be in the product detection area in the information here. because obviously it knows it to recommend this. If it's recommending it because it's saying we don't have it. But how old is the BIOS? I have no idea what this has done. Let's take a look in the download folder. Downloads. There's nothing in the downloads folder. Okay. What if we go downloads over here? Here, over to downloads. Do we have anything? We got a bunch of stuff. This is all stuff Randy must have put on or something. I don't know what that is. So why is that not working? If I hit the right arrow on the, it's been working this whole time. I just need to be patient and leave it alone. We don't want to interrupt it. Now this will tell us, I think it'll tell us what version it's upgrading from. Let me just take a closer look at the screen where I can read it. The BIOS update process will continue after system reboot. Please do not remove your power. AFI firmware update utility. Processing update BIOS, please wait. So normally it'll tell us what you have and what you're going to and ask you to confirm it. So yeah, maybe it'll do that. It's just not there yet. That's pretty dummy proof, right? You just leave it alone. But because we're dealing with an older CPU and only 8 gigs of RAM, which is a very bare minimum, it's a little slower to respond, and I need to be patient. It's obviously doing everything on its own right now. I'm not touching anything. I was just walking over to the screen so I could see it with my old eyes. Apparently, it was also downloading Windows updates in the background, and it's doing those at the same time. So this should get interesting. Jason Wyrick says, I hate dummy-proof stuff because I'm impatient too. Well, when I was working in a repair shop, we had a much bigger bench. This is nothing. This is absolutely nothing. I had essentially a long workbench to my right and a long workbench to my left. So I walked into it. There's like a walkway this way. And then each technician was assigned their own bench, even though it was a big letter U. And then typically we'd have like a monitor on one side of each, not of each corner, did we? I'd have 1 or 2 monitors on each bench with keyboards and mice and cables. So all you had to do is put your desktop on the bench and you already had your power cable, everything was run. And then you could have it do whatever it needs to do. Virus scan might take 2 hours on some of these machines back in the day. So what are you supposed to do for 2 hours? Your employer doesn't want you standing around or goofing off when you're on the clock. So that's why you had a bench with multiple workstation possibilities. So you could have multiple projects happening. So maybe that one's virus scanning, that one's cloning, and this one I'm doing physical work to. And I might have another one on the same bench over here. I could have potentially 6 happening at the same time. Home users, they tend to just kind of have the one machine. They tend to be impatient. They tend to try and get too involved instead of waiting. And probably the best advice I can give to a home user is be very, very patient when you're doing any updating on your computer. And if you're an impatient person, maybe do these things before you go to bed and just shut your monitor off and let the computer do whatever it needs to do. When you wake up in the morning, it will patiently be waiting for you and be done. Or if it still says it's updating, you've got a problem and you can safely intervene. Jason Wyrick says they had a KVM switch. Yeah, we did not have a KVM switch. The only time we used KVM switches were in server rooms or remote access rooms back in the 90s, where you'd have, each employee that was remoting in would have a was only one employee that could remote into one computer at a time. So we'd have a bank of computers, and they were all tied into one monitor with a giant, the biggest KVM switch you've ever seen. Zero Walker wants to know, as someone who's never owned a mini PC, what would anyone recommend to get a good price and good specs for server/media use? So many brands to pick from. Shall I get the NPB5? I saw the video. Well, you know, I've got a mini PC reviews channel here on YouTube, and you can certainly look through the variety there. They make them in all different shapes, sizes, and colors, and different abilities. And do your research. Nobody can tell you what's going to be good for you. The types of media you play, you're going to be watching in 4K, the kind of server you're talking about running, is it a Proxmox type thing? If so, your needs are pretty simple, in which case you don't have to spend a lot of money. On the other hand, is it something you're planning to expand the usage of going forward? If that's the case, maybe buy a little bit more than you need today. But, you know, for what you've described, that little $125 mini PC will be fine as a media server. Kevin Finkbeiner Kevin Finkbeiner says the old BIOS was 11A. We went from 11A to 53A. That's at least 4 versions. Is that, you must have seen it on the screen. I didn't see it. I'm hoping we will see it yet. I think what's happening right now is some Windows updates are installing, and it's going to finish that. The BIOS update won't actually continue until it restarts, and it won't restart until the Windows update. They're not talking to each other. The BIOS update didn't say, hey, Windows update, put a pin in it for a minute. Windows update's doing its thing, BIOS update's doing its thing. So the BIOS update, instead of interfering, is patiently waiting in a queue. It's in line. Matt Lockization says, is Carrie still building with Intel that uses twice as much power as AMD? Yeah, see, that's the fanboy stuff. I really don't want to hear that. AMD has CPUs that use more power than Intel does. You're not comparing similar products. So let's stop with the silliness. You're not fooling anybody, or you honestly think what you're saying is true. Intel makes lower wattage CPUs, like the 13500 chip is equivalent in wattage to many AMD chips, and the higher end AMD chips are equivalent in wattage to the Intel chips. There's not that big of a difference in that. So enjoy your Kool-Aid. Zero Walker said, I'm thinking of using a mini PC as a game server, like hosting a Minecraft server for the kids and other games. I wouldn't know since I don't do that, but maybe somebody in the chat room can give you an idea of what sort of processor and RAM requirements, or maybe you already know the processor and RAM requirements for that, in which case, you know, shop accordingly. Jim KJ3 says, it's funny how Windows updates take so long compared to NVMe. Yeah, but we're running a very old, it's only a 2-core processor in here. It only has 8 gigs of RAM. If we doubled the RAM to 16, it probably would have been done already, but it's fine. It's a free PC, so, you know, anybody that complains about a free PC doesn't deserve a free PC. Kolak said, I had Windows do this when I was switching out a CPU, so I don't know if updates were successful until after the hardware change. Yeah, it doesn't care. When it's off, it doesn't know. When you turn it back on, you swap the CPU. The update still continues. No differently. It's not like it knows anything has changed. It's sort of like when the surgeon, you go in for surgery and they knock you out with anesthetic. You have no idea how much time has passed, or the fact that somebody had their bare hands in your internal organs. Kind of like that. It's like surgery. Delman said it's not a matter of RAM or hard drive. Those update stages just take long. Sometimes, yeah, but also sometimes your CPU processing. You know, like right now, we could be at 100% CPU usage. We could be at 100% RAM usage. I don't know. And other times, it doesn't matter how much power you've got. Some updates in particular do take a while, even on real high-end machines. But most of the updates don't. It's just like some of the cumulative updates that are pretty intensive in my experience. Jim KJ3N said, I've got more than enough hardware around here. I wouldn't know what to do with one of these freebies. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We have people that are, you know, getting online with nothing more than a cell phone. Hard time reading and participating in the chat room because that's all they have. So we certainly want to make sure those people who would benefit from getting a free PC are up at the top of the list. John Williams says, good afternoon, just in from Doug Betts' live stream. Glad to see you today as well. Oh, hey, John. Wow, so what'd Doug do, a 4.5-hour live stream today? Hey, there's Doug. Welcome, Doug Betts. If you haven't checked out his channel, Live Windows Training with Doug Betts, he's a real computer technician like myself, and he does live videos just like myself. And in the background, he's using a computer for live streaming that I built with these two hands. And he paid for with his two hands and wallet. But yeah, check it out if you haven't seen. If you like my content, I think you'd like Doug's content as well. We're very similar in our experience, our style. We're very different also, but we're also very similar. Yeah, the big beast and baby beast. Yeah, those two computers in one case. So I need a cold Gatorade. I'm going to go switch my Gatorade out. It's getting warm, and this is just riveting video. Where else are you going to find quality content like this? But at least it's new content. Can't say that for Hollywood and television. There's some new shows out there, like I said. Yeah. When you watch these YouTube videos that are made by content creators that are there for entertainment, the amount of time they spend on editing, shocking. Like if you watch Mr. Beast, he's like the most subscribed to content creator on YouTube. Maybe in all of social media for all I know, but certainly on YouTube. He's surpassed PewDiePie. And they do about 2 edits every second for the first, I don't know, 10 minutes of video. There's a crap ton of edits. If you watch every time the camera angle changes, that's an edit. And when it's happening, most people aren't aware of it. You're just watching it and you're like, yeah, something about this video makes me want to stay and watch it. And it's that constant editing, keep things moving at a very, very quick pace. What's interesting is if you look historically at TVs and movies, they didn't edit that aggressively. If you look at the, what was the big car chase in San Francisco? What movie was that? Bullet? Was that the name of the movie? That was the name of the car, wasn't it? It was Bullet? Okay, thanks, guys. If you watch that car chase and count how many edits there are, it's pretty slow. You know, this is supposed to be a car chase. It's supposed to be a fast-moving, adrenaline pumped, and everybody at that time said this is an amazing car chase. But if you look at a car chase sequence in a modern movie today, it's edit, 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 edit. Like if you start counting how many times the camera angle changes, I don't want to spoil the magic of cinema from you, but that pace keeps it exciting. So live videos like mine, where it's a static camera that doesn't move, generally don't appeal to most people because naturally our eyes are moving around all the time. We're not just staring in one place. So as movies and television has progressed since, well, it was the 60s or the 70s when Bullet came out? It's the 70s, I think. late 60s, early 70s. In the last 50 years, movie making has changed significantly, and not just with CGI, but hey, we're at our reboot, but with sorry, I'm looking to see if it's telling me what my BIOS is now and what it's going to be, and I haven't seen that. Very unusual. But Lenovo would not have offered it if we didn't need it. Anyway, yeah, just at any movie with a car chase. I don't care if you're watching like Lethal Weapon from the 1980s or you're watching Fast and Furious. Just pay attention on a particular car chase scene and start counting how many times the camera angle changes over what period of time. That is a lot of work for an editor. And a director has to set up a shot for what may be just a blink on the screen. And they might spend hours setting that shot up. And in fact, it may not even involve the actor or that car. In car chases, they have multiple cars. They have the hero car, which is the car that's always perfect. Then they'll have, the A car, the B car, the C car. These are the ones they jump off of things. And they're kind of like hollow on the inside. And a different film team will go out and film those sequences in the script, while the actor and the other film team film the sequences that need the actor for. It's a fascinating process. Yeah, Dukes of Hazzard is a good example of having a hero car. They destroyed a lot of Dodge Challengers back in the day. Vern Mahoney says, you always have the live police chases in Los Angeles. Yeah, they're nowhere near as exciting. That's usually one long cut coming from a helicopter view. Yeah. Well, I hear the fan cranking up on this. And that's interesting. I was fairly confident it was going to show us what version of BIOS we had. And someone in the chat did say they saw it, but I'd have to rewind the video to find it. So I'm still hands off. You'll see it says no signal. That indicates the computer's rebooting. The computer may reboot 2-3 times during this process. Once again, I recommend just keeping hands off and letting it do what it needs to do. Jeremy Zemer says a lot of stuff ends up on the cutting room floor. Yeah, so the latest Mad Max movie was 113 hours of footage that I think came from 32 different cameras, all digital, by the way, because they used real practical effects. They really crashed the cars in all the Mad Max movies. And if you don't get the right angle, it's very expensive to redo that. So they would have multiple cameras in the car, around the car. And so when they had a big stunt sequence coming up, they wanted to make sure to capture it. And they can't just hit record and just spend all day. The camera memory cards, I think, only hold 30 minutes at a time. So once you start recording on one camera, you better start recording on all of them within a few minutes. Otherwise, you're going to have one camera that cuts off way earlier than everybody else. That's why they're always, time is money, let's keep moving. If you ever watch how movies are made, it's a lot of pressure to get things done. It's essentially like a burning candle, and we got to film before the wax is all gone. A fast burning candle or a fuse. We got to get out of the way before the dynamite gets ignited. Be a best example I can put for it. So I think it was 113 hours of footage, and director George Miller's wife would get that footage daily and would do a rough cut from it, a rough edit. So from 113 hours down to a 2-hour movie, that means there's 109 hours of footage on the cutting room floor, but a lot of it is duplications of the same footage from other angles. Ron Hillier says Wonderground is reporting the temperature in Sun City, Arizona is 120 degrees. Ooh. Taco says Vanishing Point was a great car movie. Yeah, that's the one with the white Challenger in it, right? Old 1970s movie was not Burt Reynolds. I'm trying to think who was in that. I didn't see that one. I know when I looked for a model, like a little matchbox model of a Dodge Challenger, you'll see the Vanishing Point white Challenger. So I had to Google that to see what that sequence was there. Anyway, Are we done? I think, oh, no, still doing something. Let it keep doing whatever it needs to do. It was Barry Newman. I don't even know who Barry Newman is. Oh, this stupid thing from Microsoft Edge upsets me. Turn off search bar. All right. We still have a little circle there, so it's still doing something. Let's go to settings. Let's go back to Windows Update now. So this obviously needed a Windows Update. If we go back to support.lenovo.com and we scan again, can we restore? This computer is doing a lot of stuff in the background, so it is not reacting quickly to my clicks. So I'm being impatient. It's probably best if I just let it sit for a minute, but I'm not going to. Let's see. That should be the Lenovo page there. And we need to do another scan. Start scan. And now you should notice it's not going to offer us that BIOS update anymore. So it's really not necessary for us to go back with CPU-Z just to see what BIOS we had. Out of curiosity, perhaps, but it's not necessary. Because if we didn't need it, it would not have offered it to us. John Williams says we might be subject to watching reruns for a long time because of the strikes. Well, that, or you might be watching more content created stuff here on social media. You might find you like it better and don't go back to TV or go back to TV as much. It's possible. Let's open. Oh, what is this doing? Try again. That's interesting. I'm going to just start over again. Support.lenovo.com. Maybe there's something that needs to be refreshed. So we'll just start over. Back over to UPC support. Detect product. So if you have a laptop, I guarantee you there is an update from the manufacturer of your laptop. Update software. That is not Windows Update. They're very different. So for example, if you have a Dell, not the Singer, if you have a Dell, then if you type in the search, Dell Update, which we obviously won't have, it should pull up a program you probably don't even know you have, and you should run that. And that's how you're going to get your BIOS updates that you haven't been getting. Although you might be getting BIOS updates through Windows Update, you're likely not getting the latest ones. Not saying you're not, saying you're likely not. Scan now. It's not responding to. Is it because Windows Update is hogging everything up? No, it isn't. Few optional updates. Driver updates for Lenovo firmware. Well, that's interesting. That's going to do. We value your opinion. Hey. Wow, this is pretty slow. Guess that update's done. Why is scan not working for me? Refresh this page. Drivers and software. Scan now. Start scan. There it goes. See, this wasn't working before, and all I did is close it, reopen it, and now it's working fine. So maybe something in the update changed in the browser. And when we brought up the history of the browser, it perhaps needed to be refreshed for that change that Windows Update made for it to work. That's my guess anyway. So scanning right now is at 0%, and it likely should not offer us that BIOS update anymore. See if I'm right. Let them get a real job, not an imaginary one. You're talking about actors? Acting can be a very difficult job. You know, that new Tom Cruise movie, the Mission Impossible movie, that's part one. He's got to be one of the hardest working actors. You know, like him or not, it's irrelevant. The reason he's so successful is how much work he puts into it. And if you see the way that they will starve themselves for a role, or they'll bulk up for a role, or work out for a role. And memorizing lines is not easy. You should try it sometime. And pretending like there isn't a big crew and a camera on your face while you're talking to somebody, well, you should try it. There's a lot more bad actors than there are good ones. And it's because of the work that they put into their craft. And I guarantee you that's a real job. Can you imagine like being a Broadway actor and you have to recite the same lines for every show, and you have perhaps 7 shows or 6 shows a week? Well, let me rephrase that. You have at least one show nearly every day of the week, and on Fridays and Saturdays you might do 2 shows back to back. And you have to keep repeating all the same lines and all the same emotion, and be convincing to a whole new audience that's live on stage. That would be torture for me. I would hate that. So, all right. So it looks like it's not suggesting any updates for us. It absolutely went through the 100%. You'll see that BIOS update is no longer being offered. And yeah, if you have a Dell, HP, Lenovo, or any, you know, pre-built machine like I mentioned earlier, Acer, Razer, who else? Asus. You will have a little support area like this, likely. And if it's a laptop, you will have an update application from the manufacturer. It's critical that you run that, especially if you've never run it before. The actors want more money from the reruns. It's my understanding the actors want some royalties from streaming services that were never negotiated in their contracts because streaming services didn't exist. The actors also want protection from using their likeness in an AI so that they don't create an artificial version of the actor that doesn't get paid for their appearance, even though, you know, look at what Star Wars has done with Mark Hamill and de-aging him, or what they did with Indiana Jones in the latest movie, and they've de-aged him. In theory, they could make the movie without the actor. And if they do use the image, the actor's image and the actor's name, and make the actor digitally, then the actors are saying, we want to be compensated for you using our image. So once again, these weren't in their original contracts because this wasn't a thing. And so while Hollywood is making lots more money from streaming services, and perhaps making lots more money from being able to replace expensive actors with cheaper AI, but reap all the benefits and rewards, that's rightfully so the actor that they are exploiting should receive some payment. I think that's fair. So Carrie Fisher used to joke about that with Star Wars, that when she signed the contract to do the Star Wars movie, it says that George Lucas would own her likeness. And there was no merchandising of products back then, so who cares? And, you know, come to find out that, you know, she jokingly says, every time I look in the mirror, I have to pay George Lucas a royalty. And then she says, I can't remember, George. This is like a tribute to George Lucas. She says, she goes, I can't remember. Did I sleep with you to get this job? And if not, who was that guy? Easy Otter says, I miss her. Yeah, she was a little spitfire, wasn't she? What a shame she's left us too soon. But hey, Harrison Ford's still hanging in there in his 80s. Mark Hamill's hanging in there in his 70s. We lost Peter Mayhew, Chewbacca. He's passed on, and that was sad. He's everything I've heard and seen from him. He was the nicest guy. But of course, James Earl Jones, as last I heard, is still doing well. So. Jason says, Carrie, do you like Star Trek? I was never a fan of the original series. My mother liked it. I just thought it was very fake. Later on, I grew to appreciate the original series well into my 30s, probably, or 40s, before I really started to appreciate it. But it's really bad acting, and it's bad camera work. I mean, I could do better camera work than they were doing. But of course, I have equipment now that they didn't have. I really like Star Trek The Next Generation. I didn't care for Discovery at all. I didn't care for Enterprise. I watched like 1 or 2 episodes, done with it. I watched maybe half of the episodes of Deep Space Nine. It was okay. It's all right. And then the new Star Trek came out, whatever it's called, which I think is horrible, on Paramount Plus. Can't stand it. And then they did Card. Because I'm a Next Generation fan, I watched season 1 of Picard and about half of season 2. I'll get around one day to watching it, but it's just kind of not what I was hoping it would be. But the new Star Trek that's airing on Paramount Plus now called, what's it called? Star Trek, Strange New Worlds. Yeah, that's it. Strange New Worlds reminds me of the original series. The type of storytelling they're doing, it's that to me is the real Star Trek from my perspective. But I'll take Star Wars over Star Trek any day of the week because everything in Star Trek always works. Everybody's always clean. The ceilings are always really high. Like if you've ever been on a submarine, it's pretty cramped space, and I would imagine a spacecraft would be a cramped space. And everything looks shiny and new. And granted, it's a military craft, so it would probably be kept up well, but it's just, I don't know. It seems like communicators never interrupt people when they're talking. When they walk by elevator doors, they don't open unless they want them to open. So in other words, if you watch The Next Generation and they're walking on the bridge and they're walking from left to right in front of the elevator doors do not open. But if they're going somewhere, the elevator doors open, and somehow the elevator knows how many people are coming on. Sometimes they stay open and sometimes they go. It's very strange. And everything always works all the time. And there's never any birds or mosquitoes in the places where they land. So Star Wars is more gritty. Things look used, dented, engine areas look burned, and things break. Or when you need something like hyperdrive and it doesn't work, oh no, of all the time for this not to work. To me, that's far more believable. So I'm totally into Star Wars. But I do watch Strange New Worlds. I am enjoying it. But it's no Star Wars. Jim KJ3N says The Expanse is more like the realities of space. So I started watching The Expanse. It seemed really slow, so I turned it off. I haven't gotten back to it. I really enjoyed the Sci-Fi Channel's version of Battlestar Galactica that Ronald Moore did. Wow, that was really, really well done. It's so sad that they stopped making it. They even had a little spin-off called Caprica. Man, that was good TV. Okay, so are we up to date? I've let the computer sit here so it can do whatever it wanted to do, and now it's responding much, much faster. I do think it would benefit from 16 gigs of RAM, but normally when we send out these mini PCs, we're giving them away. They're typically going out with 8 gigs of RAM, but that's using a Core i5-6500T. This isn't as powerful as that, so it would probably benefit from having more RAM, but it's a lot better than nothing. Jason Thomas says, what about Stargate? You know, I've never seen Stargate or any of the spin-offs, and I've never seen, there's a show a couple of people I know just loved, and it was on around the same time as Stargate, and it just looked like a bunch of puppets. It just seemed terrible to me. What was it called? I think it was on the Sci-Fi Channel. Farscape. Yeah. Never saw Farscape. I just can't. Like, I look at it and like, how could you possibly enjoy this? It's horrible. Like the quality of the costumes and the acting and everything, the whole production seems so low budget. It's hard for me to get into. But I didn't give it a fair shake. Babylon 5? Oh, yeah. That Michael J. Straczynski? I think he lives in Tucson, Arizona. I really enjoyed Babylon 5. Jack Reacher. I tried to watch Jack Reacher. It's just get into it. I don't like it. I've liked the Jason Bourne movies, but these television versions of shows of movie franchises, generally speaking, I just think they're very difficult to do because they're so low budget. When they have a proper budget, like there was a show on Fox called Fast Lane, and Fast Lane had cinema-like production qualities and great scripts. And I thought it was a movie when the first time I saw it. I said, what movie is this? What's this movie called? It was a TV show called Fast Lane. And the director's name was McG. And he also did a Charlie's Angels movie. And he was known for making commercials. And I thought, okay, he's using sort of marketing techniques in his filming in traditional movies or TV. So it had a slickness to it. Anyway, I guess that cost a lot of money to make, and it was costing more than it was making. So they canceled it. Ugh, it upset me. Art Jones says V was brilliant. Oh, the miniseries V. So Camera Girl grew up in and around what they call the Valley, San Fernando Valley. And she saw them filming V at that time. And I think she's even in the background somewhere in one of those, you blink and you miss it. But yeah, they were filming that right down the street from her house. Bruce Lucas says you can't forget Firefly. Well, that's true, Bruce. Yeah, that would be a gross misjudgment or omission for us to leave out Firefly. Fantastic show. I thought the movie sucked. Did not like the movie one bit. So there's the opposite. When they're taking a movie and turning it into a TV show, or they're taking a TV show and turning it into a movie. Star Trek did pretty good with turning a TV show into a movie. But I think the Firefly TV show was way better than the movie was. The movie was a big disappointment for me personally. Randy says these M715Q mini PCs can hold up to 32 gigs of RAM. That sounds about right. I mean, because of Firefly, I'm still a big fan of Nathan Fillion. Like I would say if I was looking for a Han Solo type character, I think Chris Pratt and Nathan Fillion, they have a confidence and a leadership quality to them with a sense of humor. I never understood why Nathan Fillion never got cast again in a sci-fi role where he's kind of a swashbuckling pirate, kind of a, what's the word? I'll think of the word here in a minute. Looking for. Um, well, I'm thinking of that word. I'm going to run storage settings, and this is something I recommend you run on your computer or schedule it to run on your computer for Windows 10 or 11. Turn this feature on. You'll see I just started to type the word storage, and the storage setting option came up in my start menu. Turn this on, and then I would go to the settings. Right here, configure storage sense. This is what I would turn on. Storage sense is what it's called. And I would set it to run every month, not just when it gets low, but I would do it every month. Delete temp files that we aren't using. I would have it empty the recycle bin if files have been in the recycle bin more than 30 days. As far as deleting items in the downloads folder, I say never. And this is pretty much everything but the timing is all default. So every month I think is good. And then I hit the clean now, and that'll clear out temp files and stuff. That's why you don't need programs like CCleaner anymore. You don't need any system utility for computer maintenance for Windows 10 and later. Jason Wyrick said he sets his storage sense to run every day. Yeah, you might be putting excessive wear and tear on your storage drive. You know, I kind of feel like once a month may be overkill, but you know, to each their own. Michael Dane said he likes The Last Starfighter. Oh, that was a great movie back in the day. Yeah, it's like the first computer effects movie. Close that because the traditional disk cleanup, D-I-S, there it is, disk cleanup, will still find temp files that Storage Sense is not removing, and I don't understand why. So I always run Storage Sense first and then disk cleanup second. So I always click the button to clean up system files, and that's going to free up a bunch of our hard drive space. You'll watch. I'm going to select every category, and you can see how much it's going to clear out of every category. I just check all the boxes. I don't even care what the number is. You could say 0 bytes. I'm still checking the box. That's going to free up over 6 gigabytes of just crap. What we don't need, we're not using. That could take a little while, so we'll let that run. And let me check my phone here. I'm going to try and find that word I'm looking for. Hmm. Looks like I got some messages in my inbox. Oh, there's a house for sale in Michigan in Hudsonville. I don't want to live in Hudsonville. That's too far away. Oh, and Amazon tells me they delivered my packages. Got it. I think I can read this email. It just came in while I'm reading emails. Ron Barnish contributed a $10 Amazon gift card. Thank you, Ron. Natty Light King says, is adding RAM to an all-in-one Dell desktop easy? Just Google or go on YouTube and type in the model of your Dell all-in-one and then look for RAM upgrade, and somebody will have a video showing how to do it, and then you have to decide if that's easy or not, depending on your level of ability. If something is easy or hard, it's subjective to the person. So I got an email here from a gentleman named Michael. He says, I'm looking to buy or build a computer for our small country church, which will be used for live streaming. He says he purchased a computer for a friend back in June of 2022 from me. I have no memory of this, but I'll have to search through my... Currently, I'm using a hand-me-down AMD FX 8150 with an ATI Fire Pro V graphics adapter, which is useless. It's got 16 gigs of memory with Windows 10 Pro. Internet is Spectrum cable with only 10 to 11 megabit upload. I'm using OBS to Facebook and to YouTube, and I'm trying 1080p at 30 frames with a PTZ. PTC is camera talk for pan, tilt, zoom. It's a PTZ Optics 20X NDI camera, a Behringer X32 soundboard, Sennheiser microphones. Well, all of that equipment costs way more than the computer you just described. From watching and talking with you in the past, I know that information/product from you is reliable. Do you have anything for sale that would be better than the bone anchor above? Realizing the GPU can be critical and expensive, I'm not looking for cheap, but not more than needed either. I don't know if we could ever stream higher than 1080p, but having that option would be good. I'm trying to help the pastor with this and have come on board late in the game and learning as I go. If you could or would share your thoughts and system recommendations, it would help. I could build it with your guidance probably, but would be glad to pay you for your time. All right, Michael, we'll have to talk because there's a lot to unpack there. I have a number of systems here ready to be built. The video card isn't that important in streaming. You really don't need much. It's more needed if you're editing video. And again, depending on the length and resolution of the video, in many cases, like I use CyberLink Power Director, and it actually renders slower with a discrete GPU than it does with the integrated GPU on the Intel chip. So because you're using what you called a boat anchor, likely any modern computer is going to very much impress you. You don't have to go so over and above like you think you do, sort of overcompensating. But I'll send you a message later when I have some time, assuming you're watching. I don't know if you are or not, but what do you guys in the chat room think? What would you recommend? Greg Horseman says, Carrie, Control F5 will clear out the cache for the current browser's URL and reload the content. It's a shortcut for losing a tab. Yeah, but I don't know that it wasn't the browser itself during an update, but a fair tip just the same. I would rather close and reopen than Control F5, but that's just me. Scoundrel. The word I was looking for was scoundrel. I think Nathan Fillion, Chris Pratt, and Harrison Ford make for good scoundrel characters, like Johnny Depp in his Captain Sparrow role. He's not a good guy, but you also don't hate him. You know, he's sort of an anti-hero. Scoundrel. Man, I had a hard time getting that word. Bruce Lucas says he shouldn't need a graphics card, as a modern Intel chip will have hardware encode and decode that should be fine up to 4K. I agree. Yeah. Okay, Cordius Technology says that i5 13600, I think he means 13500, CPU would work great. Oh, that would probably be overkill. Yeah. Marsman says, made it late in from Coleman, Wisconsin. I smell the smoke from Canada. Ugh. Yeah, sorry about that, you guys dealing with that. Big Trouble in Little China. You know, I never saw that movie. A lot of people talk about it. Escape from New York. Trying to think if I think I saw it. It really disappointed me. Someone mentioned 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's a classic. Sam Lazar wants to know, what should I do with old computer cases? They work with modern motherboards. Oh, I don't know. Does anybody in the chat have any suggestions? Sam Lazar? The problem with old chassis is they're not going to have USB 3.0 ports up front. But that may not matter to some people. Also, computer components keep getting worth less and less. And they're generally made of steel, which you might get, I don't know what the going rate for steel recycling is, but it's by the ton. So a computer case would be worth a fraction of a penny. It's aluminum, would be worth more, but most of them are not made of aluminum. Some are, if it was an expensive high-end case like from Leon Lee. Michael Dane says recycle them. Morton says recycle or donate. Donate them where? Who do you think would? Do you think Goodwill would accept just a computer case? I guess they would take anything you give them, aren't they? Gary Tatum thinks probably a 10th generation or higher CPU with 32 gigs of RAM or better should be more than sufficient. I think an i9, like an i7. Sorry, let me rephrase. I think a 9th gen i7 or i9, probably i9 would be overkill. Probably like a 9700K. It'd save him a lot of money and probably do everything we just talked about. But it depends on what his budget is. You know, if he wants to save money and get something a couple years old, because I've got those laying around. I also have 10th and 11th gen and 12th gen computers here too. Orchan said he's seen some computer cases at Goodwill. Really, just empty computer cases? I mean, I've seen computers and monitors at Goodwill, but not an empty computer case. Al has said, send those old cases to Kerry so he can shoot them. Yeah, I haven't done that in a long time. The politics behind, you know, going out and having fun out at the gun range has resulted in a lot of gun ranges being closed down now. So that's taken the fun out of it for me. And I'm not going to go out when it's 100 and something degrees to do that. But I think we've moved on since then. Martin says you can add USB ports if the case has I/O bays. Yeah, but you can't add them to the front. You'd have to reach around to the back, right? Or am I missing something? What country are you in, Sam Lazar, who's asking about the case? Because we're making an assumption that he's in the United States, but he hasn't specified where he's located. Douglas Burchell says the bullets cost more than the computer cases. Yeah, you're not lying. It's true. Frank Jimmy recommends Facebook Marketplace as a place to sell your old cases. Other builders may need inexpensive cases. Randy said he's in Australia. Okay, so in Australia, I don't know what marketplaces are available for you, so I don't know. I don't have any. If anybody's in Australia and you have a suggestion for Sam, please let him know. Thank you, Randy. Jason Ryrick says they make front panel bays that have USB ports. Okay, I see what you can put a USB 3 card in there and run a cable to a front bay port, or, you know, something that would fit where a DVD drive would go. And then you still have your USBs from the case that maybe you hook up or maybe you don't, and you have more USBs. Yeah, I guess that's doable, sure. Of course, at that point, you will have spent so much time and so much money, you might as well just taken the money and bought a better case, rather than trying to stubbornly hold on to an outdated case, trying to spend all the money to get it up to par. But to each his own. All right, we're going to restart one more time and let the... I have found that even though it says it's done cleaning the disk, sometimes like at this blue screen that we see where it says restarting, it'll say applying updates, which is nothing more than what it's really doing is finishing removing files that were in use. And when Windows shuts down, those files are temp files aren't in use anymore, and it can erase them when certain services have stopped. So don't be alarmed or worried if it says applying updates or something like that after you do a disk cleanup. So I like to do that right away so it doesn't puzzle me. You know, if I don't turn my computer off for a while and I forgot I did that and it says applying updates, I'm like, I don't remember putting any updates on. Should have been caught up with updates. Oh, it's the disk cleanup. So not always, but it'll do that sometimes. Now, my next question on this Lenovo, is it Windows 11 compatible? That's what I'm curious about. So the processor, let's just take a look here. Can't remember what the processor was. System. We have an AMD Pro A6. So we'll bring up the browser and say Windows 11 AMD compatible CPU. CPUs. And we should have a link from Microsoft. Windows processor, Windows 11 processor requirements. And we're looking at an A6. Oh, you know what? I don't have to do it this way. We can run a test, right? We can just download a utility. I guess I have to go back in here. Let's see, how to check Win 11 compatibility. How to check. Let's see. PC health check. Guess I should have kept reading. Check if your device meets Windows 11. Where am I getting? If you haven't yet installed it, get it here. That's what I wanted. It's thing in the little tiny print. That should be going into the downloads folder, not into the documents folder. So the reason I'm wondering is this says it has a discrete TPM module installed. At least I think that's what it said. So even if this processor is so old it did not have TPM on it like new processors do, 8th gen and newer Intels, if that's the only thing holding us back, processor isn't supported. Let's see all results. It supports fast boot. TPM is enabled on this PC. There is at least 4 gigs of memory. Seriously, Windows 11 will run in 4 gigs. It needs at least 64 gigs or larger. And the processor has 2 or more cores. So we're meeting everything but this. But if the reason that this isn't supported is because it doesn't have this, then we should be fine to install Windows 11 on it. 1 gigahertz or faster with 2 or more. I mean, we're meeting that. The processor will be a determining factor. The clock speed is a requirement. Cores are required. We meet all that. Windows version for upgrade. Your device must be running Windows 10. I mean, I don't know if I should put Windows 11 on it because it'll probably be pretty slow. But I think the reason they're not supporting the processor is because it doesn't have TPM, but maybe there's more to it than that. What do you guys think? Check the device manager for the TPM. I mean, it's verified it has it, but we can go click device manager. Under security, devices, we should see a TPM module. Yep, it's added on. Sam Lazar says to Patrick Russo, I'll see if Computer Bank takes empty computer cases. They are a computer donation center. Well, there you go. John Science Rock said, I think the CPU may not be on the approved list. Oh, it isn't. The question is, why? If it meets all the requirements except for the TPM, and we've added a discrete TPM to the motherboard, then we should be fine, unless there, what else is there? Martin says, Microsoft requires Zen Plus CPU core, Zen or Excavator need not apply. Again, got to ask why outside of the TPM requirement, which we're meeting. Oldman55 says the 6700T Intel chip is 4 times more powerful and it doesn't meet Windows 11. But that's because it doesn't have TPM. Jason Wyrick says the TPM chips aren't cheap. They used to be. They were like 20 to 40 bucks, mostly 20 bucks for a TPM card. But with it built into the CPU since 8th generation Intel and 2nd gen Zen processors, Zen Plus, they're built into the CPU now. I think if we tried to install Windows 11 on this, we would not get a compatibility warning. I think it would install, but I also think it would run really, really slow. So maybe we're just better off, because when Windows 10 expires, when support expires for Windows 10 on October 14th of 2025, this computer will be 2 more years older than it is today. Did we have a manufacturing date? Did I ever look at the Lenovo page on this? Let me go back. Wake up. Come on. There it is. Let me go back over to streaming computer here. I brought up the product page that I have a link for in the video notes, and I haven't shown it to you guys yet this whole time. Let's look at that together. Guess I have to select it first. Okay, this is it, the ThinkCentre m715q Tiny. 1-liter chassis, deployable practically anywhere. It can be positioned vertically or horizontally. AMD Ryzen 5 Pro. What? Funny, they used a pencil to give you an idea of just how small it was. Interesting design idea. It puts the computer behind the monitor, but still makes it accessible to reach the USB ports and power button. Good reviews. Compatible accessories. What's that? See all accessory. I'm wondering if they have add-on boards, like if we wanted to add HDMI to it. Cables and adapters. Tiny accessories. Graphics card. Cable box. Tiny accessories? There's a sandwich kit. The ThinkCentre Tiny Sandwich Kit. Anybody want a sandwich? Piece mount kit. Interesting. 1 of 4 results. That's it. Kind of slim pickings there. About cables and adapters. I don't know where it would be under. Nope, that's not it. Maybe just Google it. See if there's an HDMI Lenovo M715q. DisplayPort HDMI cable. $22 on eBay. Let me take a look. That might be just what we need right there. Look at that. That's it. So it looks like I could buy that, put it into the back of the computer, and instead of like HP where it's a circuit board you push down, which can be a little challenging, this has just a little cable that you plug in to what I showed you earlier, one of the pin sockets there. That would give us HDMI on it. 22 bucks. If I buy 2 of them, they're only $19.90, $19.80 a piece. That shipping from China? Of course. So it'll take a little while to get here. What's it called? Yes, this is what it's called here. Maybe if I search for that. On keyboard, Carrie. I keep going back over to this other keyboard, and I need to be on my copper one for this. I mean, they do offer us some suggestions. They're all about the same price. Somebody who's got one for like $7 or something. Interesting. But if that's the case, then the other question is, you know, if everybody's charging the same price, maybe if somebody's in the USA, I would get it faster for the same price. Coming from China. All right, this is the let's do this. HDMI cable. Copy that. Let's do a search on Google for that. Hit the shopping. Well, we don't even have to. Express is more expensive. Shopping tab. $25. That's a $10 cable. Come on, man. Charging so much. I might just do that just to try it. I'm very curious if that's that easy. I'm also curious if they'll include the screws that will bolt it down on the left and the right side here, because I don't know what you would use for that. It says it estimates I'd get it in 2 weeks. That's not too bad. Definitely something I'll have to check out later after the show. I'm sure whoever gets it would appreciate being able to plug it into HDMI. That's what most people are using. Or they'd have to go on Amazon and buy one of these DisplayPort 2 HDMI adapters that I'm using. Which, of course, as I mentioned, mine is not working properly. Got to bend the cable to get it to work, but I should have a new one Monday. Okay, let me go back full screen on camera 1. I think we've had enough of that. So overall, I'm going to stick with my initial assertion that the HP minis are the cream of the crop. Lenovo, I'd put them second, at least based on this. I'd have to get a modern Lenovo, but likely it's going to be very similar in design. I don't like that they're not giving us what we need to put an NVMe drive in there, but certainly what they're offering is way, way better than what Dell has offered. So like the Dell over here is an i3 and it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And then I ordered a new one, the 13500 Dell, and it's just as terrible. Again, no USB-C on the Dell. The Generation 3 NVMe on a 13th gen. 13th gen? Anything 11th gen and newer that's Intel should be 4th gen NVMe. So I think it kind of stinks. And they also don't have any heat spreader for the NVMe where HP does on many of the modern HPs. And HP gives you two, in many cases, two M.2 slots. I should have a modern HP here I can show you. Let me grab it and show you the difference. Let's see, is it this one? What is this? See what I did. So this is looks a little bit different on the front, the modern HP minis. You see I've got that Type-C USB there. See all the ports I've got in the back? It's already got HDMI right out of the gate. And this add-in card, someone added display ports. So we've got, does that look like 4 display ports and an HDMI? One display port, 2 display ports, 3 display ports. Might even be worth swapping that out for a faster USB port. I've made a little note to myself on top of this thing that it needs, I need 32 gigs DDR5, so 2 sticks of 16. Then I put a clean install of Windows 11 on it, and I put a 2 terabyte Samsung 990 Pro. Ooh, that's fast. I must have spent some money on this one. But you'll see to open this up, you don't need a screwdriver. It's got that thumb screw right there. You just grab it with your fingers and turn it, unlike the Lenovo where a screwdriver is required. Other than that, it opens the same way. And when we open it and we compare them, the design inside isn't really that much different from the design inside the 6500T HP minis we're giving away. This is a little easier to take out. This piece will pull open if you want to. You take out this Torx screw right here, and this cage comes out. And underneath this cage, well, you can see in there. I guess I can just take it out. I'm being lazy. It's just one screw, right? I'll take it out and show you. My Torx, this is what, a T5, I think. Isn't it T5? This doesn't say. It's a channel lock screwdriver model T153A, which I think is a Torx 5, if I'm not mistaken. So I take that one screw out, and then you slide this whole cage back towards me. Sorry, there's 2 screws. My apologies. My bad. Let me bring this up to the camera and show you. There are 2 screws. There's that one there, and there's this one right here. And then the whole cage sits in this little, there's a little cut in the middle that it slides into to lock it in place. So we have to take that out. Right here. Torx T5, I want to say that's what that is. So just to give you a reminder on the layout, our CPU is underneath this giant heatsink right here. And this fan is pushing air through the heatsink out through the back here. Usually on the HPs, the fan is sitting on top of the RAM and it usually lifts right up to expose our RAM. Oh, I see. It's only got one stick of RAM. So that's why I'm upgrading the RAM to 2 sticks of 16. I don't think I'm going to get those until next Friday. And then once we remove these 2 screws, we should be able to slide this out towards me and lift it out. It's that easy. And there you can see the Wi-Fi adapter, this little heat shield that's covering our drive, and this other heat shield here still has tape on the thermal pad right there for a second M.2. So which one do you think I'd rather have? You know what I mean? If it comes to just in general. And I'm not saying compared, I mean, obviously, this is a more modern CPU than the others. But forget the CPU. I'm just talking about flexibility and the layout and the ease of getting into things. I think the HP is far superior. And obviously, our CMOS battery is there if you didn't catch that. So the design on this has changed very little over the years as we go from one processor to the next. And HP's been very consistent in the quality of the materials they're using and the reliability of the machines. Now, I can't speak for reliability for Dell, but the Dell feels very plasticky. And those lack of ports. And, you know, when you want to look up what is the generation NVMe that my Dell microcomputer supports, good luck finding anything officially from Dell. Dell does everything possible to work around talking about everything but that. They don't want you to know. You know, you'd think they'd be honest, offer full disclosure with what you're buying. And you see how that thumb screw, it's held captive. You don't have to worry about losing it with a Lenovo. You know, it's very thin. You need a screwdriver. So this is so much easier to service. And this originally did not have an HDMI port. I got the HDMI port in the mail yesterday, and I was debating whether or not to make a video on how to do this, but it's just a little metal punch out that was here, and I grabbed a screwdriver and just punched it out. But be careful, you don't scratch your circuit board. So once you punch out the metal, then there's this little circuit board right there that I bought from Amazon. It's called a Flex IO port, and I got it with HDMI. And I had to take this cage out that I just removed. But other than that, you just push it in and down, and you feel it sit into the socket. And then the package included the 2 screws, thank goodness, because it was direct from HP being sold on Amazon. And then the 2 screws, one right there and one over there, hold that in place. And there's nothing you need to go in the BIOS and do. There's no drivers. You're done. You put the cover back on and plug the HDMI in, or plug the HDMI cable in as if it's always been there. It's painless. And a cable, that little adapter, I think, was $25. So obviously a display port to HDMI cable is cheaper than that, but I'd rather not use an adapter cable if I can avoid it. So that's the HP, and I'll show you that. You know what? I'm not going to leave it up here. I don't want to mix up power supplies. I would never have that problem with Lenovo because they have that rectangular power connector. But let me put this back with its power supply plugged into it so I don't get them confused, because that would be bad. So this right here is the newest regret that I purchased a Dell Optiplex Micro 7010. And this came from eBay, but apparently it sold directly through Dell because it was in factory packaging and included a keyboard and a mouse for some reason, which, you know, just cheap Dell basic stuff. And let me bring this up to the camera. I will show you that the Dell, very much like the HP, has the thumb screw in the back. So you can use your hands to open it. You don't need a screwdriver. The Dell also has the little punch out I was talking about for add-in cards. But the Dell gives us HDMI and DisplayPort, one of each, right over there. But look at the lack of I/O. There's no Type-C USB on here. See what I'm saying? And this is new from Dell. Well, it's refurbished or repaired. I don't know what you'd want to call it. And if we look up that service tag number, we can see the specs on this. I think this is this my 13th gen or 11th gen? I can't remember. I've got so many of these. But look, I'll open this one up. Billy Zoo contributes $9 Australian in Super Chat. Thank you, Billy. Now, by comparison, take a look at the insides of the Dell. Now you can see I've added a Samsung 970 because once I realized that's a Gen 3, why would I waste any money putting anything nicer than that in there? There's our Wi-Fi card. And look right here. Right there is a spot, and there's a hole that says 2230 and a hole that says 2280. So that's for putting an NVMe drive the other way, right there. But they don't give us the plug, and even the one they do give us is running a generation behind, even though the processor can clearly is designed for that. And they don't give us the caddy for a 2.5-inch drive for some reason, but that was the way Dell sold it to me. There's a bunch of connectors for adding stuff. I have no idea what that's for. Well, one of those is for the 2.5-inch drive. And I assume one of these is for the punch out, which is right back there. Probably connect to one of these here. Getting to the RAM, it's not as easy. There's these little plastic clips that I'm afraid are going to break that you have to squeeze. Oh, that takes out the speaker. Okay, well, that's useful. And something else is still holding this in. I suspect, oh, I see. You've got to squeeze these two sides right here. See the blue? Squeeze those and pull up. And this whole unit comes out like that. And that exposes the RAM and the heatsink on the CPU. That's not terrible, but I think HP's doing it better by just having the fan removable without having to take the shroud and everything with it. And then, of course, the speaker, the way that kind of falls off or unclips. But you see there's no heat protection in here for anything except the CPU. And lack of I/O. I'm not a fan. Can't remember what the specs are on this one, though. But we could look it up real quick. Ron S. contributes $10. Thank you, Ron. Let's do this. Let's go back over to... Go back to my screen here. Share it with you. All right, let's do support.dell.com. And we've got a desktop. Oh, we want support though. This looks like sales. Where's support? Support. Okay, enough of that. Support home. Identify your product. Here we go. Enter a product identifier, model, or service request, service tag. All right, so these Dells all have something called a service tag. That's a sticker on the unit. And this one's service tag Well, let me get this fan back in so it doesn't fall out on the desk. It's just, I don't know. You got to get it in just right for those clips to lock in. And maybe if I did it enough times, it'd be no big deal. But I'm kind of struggling here. Let me share what I'm doing with you, since it's not really benefiting you to just stare at a screen that's not changing. But what I'm trying to do is get this little plastic shroud piece to align, however that's going to happen. Feels funny. Oh, I see. There's little plastic pins that go into the metal, into little holes cut out in the metal, heatsink below it. You align those pins, and then it locks in, and then the little speaker, how was that? It's got a little cable routing thing here. That sits and locks in. Like that. Like I say, there's this little cable routing plastic thing, so you can sit the cable in there. There, that's nice and clean. Now I can flip this upside down and read the service tag. Here is the service tag. Oh, it's right here on the side. Okay, so with that, I can go back over to screen share, type in 7J2 SBW3. See, this is the one I was talking about that still has like 3 years of support on it. Basic support expires the 6th of May, 2026. Overview, drivers, diagnostics. Where's my specifications? Honestly, I don't want that. Quick links, product specifications. That's what I want. Okay, well, that's real user friendly. Current configuration. Huh. Tells me nothing. Patient. Manuals, documents, owner's manual, view PDF. Here's how you plug it in. So they have these in so many different configurations. They may not specify which CPU it has, but rather which of many CPUs it might have is what it's looking like. But basically, I'd have to turn it on and see what it's got. Go back to camera 1. And let's turn off the Windows capture mode. Let's go back to my HDMI input. Go full screen on that. Close all this down. And shut this computer down. We're done with it. It's got all the Windows updates and the latest BIOS. So we'll be giving that one away in the near future. And I'm just waiting for this to power off. There it goes. And now that that's off, what I want to do next is I can put the cover on it. I think I'm done in here. The cover goes on about, first of all, I got to take my USB dongle out of the front of it. That'll keep the cover from going on. It goes on about 9/10 of the way, and then it should sit down into a track. Once it's seated into the track, you push it all the way to the back. Then we grab that the annoying screw that it comes with. It's very difficult to start by hand because it's not a thumb screw. I mean, I guess I could probably just replace it with a thumb screw from another manufacturer, because I think that's pretty stupid. And let's grab the HDMI cable here, and we'll put the Dell up, and we'll just fire this up and see what it looks like. HDMI right there, that's built in. I didn't have to add it, right? Right, whatever we can add on this Dell, it's the HP I added in. On the Dell here, there's add-on options. I'd be kind of curious. I'm not sure I'd want to put a lot of money into it though, based on, nothing's gonna give me Gen 4, you know what I mean? I'm curious which processor this has, because I can't remember. There's too many mini PCs in my life. I did want to give Dell a second chance just to see if they got better, and they have not gotten better. So at least they're consistent. All right, let's turn this one on. I think that's our power button right there. And we'll go back to the HDMI input, which hopefully will give us a power on self-test screen here in just a moment. Anytime now, we'll get, there it is. Okay, it's starting to boot. Oh, I've got a piece of tape here on it. Yeah, this is a 13500. Can you imagine a 13500 processor with only Gen 3? Isn't that weird? I think it's weird. So if I go to my Crystal Disk Mark results, we're getting our typical Gen 3 speeds. And I know it's Gen 3 because I put a Gen 4 NVMe in there, and these are pretty much the speeds it got. So why waste money on a Gen 4 drive? But if I right-click over here, we'll go to System, you'll see that this is a 13th Gen Core i5-13500T. Got 32 gigs of, I think it's a DDR5. And of course, we're running Windows 11 Pro. So my disappointment is I think it's showing. Is my disappointment showing? No, it's DDR4. So, another, come on, it's 13th gen. You should be running DDR5 on a 13th gen chip. At least if you want to take advantage of everything that chip can do. By keeping it at Gen 3 and DDR4, why bother? why not just save your money and go with an 11th gen or a 10th gen, quite frankly. Randy says, didn't you buy a Dell laptop a few months ago? No, I bought a Samsung Galaxy Book 3, which I haven't turned on since then, unfortunately. I started to move my items over from my original Dell 8th generation Intel chip. But I like the shape of the Dell screen. It's at 16 by 9, and the creator laptops are all moving into it's a different format. It's not 4 by 3 and it's not 16 by 9. I can't think of what it is, but it's more square than it is rectangular. And everybody talks about how great the screen looks, but honestly, it doesn't really look all that different to me. The computer is fast and I like it, but I still like my XPS. What is it, a 9570 I have? Something like that. Can't remember the model, but it's an 8th generation Dell XPS that I use every day, and it's my preference. Now, when it comes to rendering videos, it's very slow. It'll take about 3 hours to render the same video that my 13500 little desktop that I built will do in well under an hour. So it's a pretty massive productivity difference in that regard. Doman says, is it maybe 16 by 10? Yeah, maybe. It's something I'm not familiar with. Yeah, I don't know why it's so appealing, but 16 by 10 seems to be what people are wanting. I don't know. I don't like it. You look up the Samsung Galaxy Book 3, and you'll see the screen dimensions there. Doman says it gives you more vertical space. Yeah, I rather have more. I like the movie screen format. It's just my personal preference. I've gotten very used to moving things side by side. I really don't need the height. Randy says, Carrie, the Lenovo machine we were just working on will run Windows 11 just fine, but it requires bypassing the CPU requirements. So the question is, will Windows 11 tell you it's not compatible and you've got to say, do it anyway? Or will Windows 11 just install and not give you any issues? Like no warnings, just works. That's what I'm curious about. David Dick said his Dell XPS 9710 11th gen is 16 by 10. See, and in Dell XPS, they took all the I/O and removed it. So there's no more HDMI port. There's no more Type A USB port. I don't think there is. And certainly not on the 13th gen Dells. They've gotten even less. Now it's just a couple of Type C ports. That's all you get for I/O. So I like everything else about the computer, but having to plug in docking stations for everything, no, it's a big mess. So the Samsung Galaxy Book 3, that has, an HDMI port I can plug into. It's got a Type A USB, which I need because I'm using flash drives all the time. So Dell lost me at the 11th gen on the XPS line due to the forcing. Look, I want to have Type C ports, but I also want to have Type A, and I want to have my HDMI port. I don't want to have to get a Type C USB to HDMI adapter. And then I don't want to have to get another adapter so I can plug in my dongle for my wireless mouse, which is only a Type A dongle. So if I have one Type A USB port, which I might have one, then I'm using it for the mouse. So then, okay, you could go Bluetooth on the mouse, I guess, but I'd like to just use what I have. And that means I have to plug in a USB splitter or hub. So now I've got one dongle hanging off one side of the laptop for the HDMI out. I got another dongle coming out the other side of the laptop so I can have more USB Type A ports. Suddenly this laptop isn't much like a laptop, and these cables are strewn across my desk where I need to put my work. So I really feel like giving Dell the middle finger. So now Dell has become HP in this way, and HP has become what Dell used to be. At least on the corporate side of things, HP's killing it. They're doing a great job. And Dell is killing themselves. It's ridiculous. So I went with Samsung on my new laptop reason, but I really wish I had that long rectangular screen because Samsung's still giving me the Type A ports. It's still giving me the HDMI port. So if I'm going to replace my 8th gen Dell XPS laptop, I need those ports. Everything's much more convenient for me with those ports instead of using breakout boxes. Those just drive me crazy. Trevor Dunn says Windows 11 will stop installing if the CPU does not meet requirements. Oldman55 said Windows says it will not meet the requirements of Windows 11 because the CPU doesn't have the security, but we've added the security. It's already on there. So it's compensating for what the CPU doesn't have. So therefore, if that's the only problem with the CPU, then Windows 11 should install just fine. Let's just try it. How about we just do it? How about that? Let's find out. How long could it take? Let's do, let me go back over to turn off the Dell. Start. Shut down. Ooh, well, it shuts down quick. And then we'll come back over to camera 1 again. It just now powered off. Move my dongle. Ethernet cable. HDMI can go back into the adapter. This brick in this brick here. Let's cover back on. Matthew Burden said, I had this exact situation with my Xeon workstation, Windows 11 installed without any issue. So you're saying your Xeon didn't meet Windows 11 requirements? Windows 11 installed, it didn't give you any warning or give you any indication that it wasn't compatible? That's what I'm curious about. Like, will Windows 11 install the way you expect it to? Or will it stop the install and tell us we don't meet requirements? Because if all it needs is the TPM, then we're fine. So let me grab my Windows 11 installer. It's Windows 10, Windows 11. Plug that in. It's right over here somewhere. One of these faster. I want to use a fast USB port. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Let's turn this on. Go back over to put myself in a corner. Oh, and I got to do something with this cable. Goes. Oh, I got to do like F2 or delete or something. What's going to get me in the BIOS? F2? F2. F2 delete, F2 delete, F2 delete. Ah. Yeah, it's going to be loading from the internal. Oh, wait a minute. Did that just load from USB? It did. Holy cow. All right, cool. Well, I guess I did all those Windows updates for nothing because we're about to wipe it out. Let's go right click full screen. And let's do this install the way you see me always do it. So just hit next. Install now. Kovacs Robert says, if you create a Windows 11 installer with Rufus, you can choose the option to automatically disable CPU TPM and secure boot requirements and get the option to set up a local limited account. Well, thank you for repeating back the video I made several months ago and telling me exactly what I told everybody. You can always tell if somebody's new here. Yeah, I don't want to bypass any security requirements. They're there for a reason, and I think you'd be a fool to bypass the security requirements, to force it Windows 11 install an incompatible hardware, and then be that thick mentally to put yourself online with it. But that's my opinion. I'm in business, and I don't want to get the pantsuit off of me for doing something stupid. So I've covered what Rufus can do. Advise people not to do it. So I'm going to delete all the partitions on our internal drive here. And here we go. We're just going to do a fresh, clean install. You notice it didn't ask us what version of Windows 11 we wanted to install. And that's because the product key is embedded into the BIOS. And when Windows Setup runs, it says you have a Windows 10 Pro product key or Windows 7 Pro. And those product keys are all from, whether it's Windows 7, 8, or 10, it'll work on Windows 11 for the same version of Windows 11. So Windows 7 Pro key works to activate Windows 8 Pro, Windows 10 Pro, Windows 11 Pro. The Windows 8 Pro key will activate Windows 10 Pro and Windows 11 Pro. The Windows 10 Pro key will activate Windows 11 Pro. So there you go. Randy says, hence the debate early on when Windows 11 rolled out, if your CPU was not on the approved list, it didn't make sense. It wouldn't install without bypassing the CPU requirement. Well, when would it happen? Like, would it let us install? In other words, I'm confused right now. If I try to install Windows 11 on a computer that's not compatible for any reason, does it still let you install it? Or have we not reached that checking point yet? That's what I don't understand. Well, he wants to know, is there a way to disable Windows 11 from installing bloatware apps? That's not bloatware. When you're talking about Amazon Prime and Etsy, that's not bloatware. Bloatware is big programs installed like McAfee, Norton, things like that. It's bloated. What you're talking about are little shortcuts. And yeah, you can create a custom Windows 11 install if you want to spend a few hours making it. It's faster for me to just remove those little shortcut links. But please know, that's not bloatware. Please don't use the word bloatware when you're talking about little teeny tiny programs. They're nothing. They don't consume many resources. They're very, very tiny. It's not like the old days. That is not bloatware. It's unwanted software. But it's not bloated. It's not costing you much in the way of system resources. And you'll see I take them off here all the time. If you do enough installs to make the investment of spending the time to create a custom Windows 11 installer, because I don't, I'd have to be installing Windows several times a week, which lately I've been doing, but normally I don't. And then after you make your installer, you have to test it. But there are several videos and websites that show you how to do custom installers. And enjoy it. Jason Wyrick says, I don't think you've gotten to the compatibility check yet. Well, isn't that weird? Wouldn't you want to do the compatibility check before you begin the install? Jason Wyrick says, Windows 11 has a ton of unwanted software. I don't really think it does. You have some shortcut apps for like Spotify, Prime, ESPN, Microsoft News. They're just little apps. I don't think there's 10 or 11 things I removed to strip all that out. It's very quick. It's very simple. If there's any one piece of software that's bloated, it's Microsoft OneDrive, and it always starts with Windows 11 and Microsoft Teams. I will remove both of those. Those are both bloated pieces of software. And of course, if the end user who gets the computer needs OneDrive or Teams, it's a free download to put it back on. It's not like it's not irreversible. But all those little apps, you just right-click and choose on install. Yeah. Mortant says right there. Just right click on the icon you don't want, and there's an uninstall button. And it uninstalls like that because there's nothing to it. It's basically just a little shortcut. It might be crowding your desktop, you know, it might be annoying, but it's not bloated. Bill Hoffman says, Windows 11 will sometimes stop when you run setup in Windows. If you do a fresh normal install, it's fine. Oh, if I were to do the upgrade from Windows 10 to Windows, yeah, but I wouldn't do that. I always would go with a clean install. Especially on a brand new computer. Why would you do something like that to a brand new machine? Yeah, the Xbox stuff. Jason Wyrick says 4 or 5 instances of Xbox. There should only be three Xbox instances. I think there's 3. And you can uninstall 2 of them. One of them can't be removed. So I guess this BIOS is configured to start from USB first, which is why we've again started over. When it rebooted, it booted to the flash drive. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold the power button in until the machine shuts off. There we go. Now I'm going to unplug the flash drive and turn it back on. And I'll just leave the BIOS configured like it is because that was convenient for me. I like it. And then we'll see if Windows 11 continues to install without any compatibility warnings. So far, everything's normal. So I don't like the mixed reality portal. I don't like the movie and TV player. I don't like Microsoft Groove music player. But those are all, again, very small. It's just click, click, they're gone. Almost as fast as I click the button, they're gone. What I don't like is sometimes you get these mini PCs and they'll configure them with like 8 different language models of Microsoft Office. And it's massive. Each installation is huge. And that's bloatware. So then you got to go through each one, and the uninstall is in whatever language that the program. So you have Microsoft Office 365 in English, Microsoft Office 365 in Spanish, Microsoft Office 365 in French, Microsoft Office 365 in Polish, Microsoft Office 365 in Russian, Microsoft Office 365 in Italian, and oh gosh. And so the buttons are all located in the same place. So it doesn't matter that I don't read those languages. I know exactly where to click. And it takes a while to uninstall each one. And these are just trials. That is bloatware. And that's not coming from Microsoft. That's not coming from Windows 11. That's coming from the PC manufacturers that are putting that on there. It's so annoying. Now, if they wanted to give me a licensed copy of Microsoft Office 365, they can throw in all the languages they want. But to cover up all that system resources for them to promote this one product in multiple languages without asking me permission first, I find it quite offensive. I got a good box here from Amazon. I might be able to use this to ship a mini. See, you know, gotta save this box. We'll recycle that, use that bad boy again. Let me grab another Gatorade while I'm over here. It's nearing 5:30 here in the evening in Phoenix, Arizona, where our temperature, where I am, is probably still going up. 114. Hold on, what's it say now? It says it's 114 degrees, and it feels like it's 114 degrees. And there's an air quality alert until Sunday at 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. It looks like it's not predicted to go to 112 until 7 o'clock. So yeah, sometime between 6 to 7, the temperature will slowly start to come down. And it says at 2 a.m. it'll be 97 degrees. By 5 a.m. it'll be 92 degrees. 6 a.m. it'll be 91 degrees. And at 7 a.m. it'll be 93, and it'll start to climb all the way up to 114 by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Whew. It's brutal. Let me check my email while I'm in here. Everything's clear. It's good. Trevor says, it looks like Windows 11 does not check the CPU when installing. Bug with Microsoft? Is it a bug or is that intentional? David Dix at Rock City PC said, we feel like 101 today in Rochester, New York, but had some strong thunderstorms come through and now it's only 68 degrees. Oh, that sounds lovely. Brad Rebel says, imagine what air conditioners have to put up with. Well, yeah, because the air conditioner's on the roof, at least here at Studio B, and it's being bombarded by the sun all day. It doesn't have any shade. So it's not only generating, heat from the spinning of the motor and the heat of electricity going through the circuit, but on top of that, just like you get up on the roof at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or heck, get up there at 9 a.m. and stay up there without shade until the sun goes down at 8 or 7:30. And you let me know if you want to do that again. So imagine what that air conditioner is going through, for sure. Lawn Dog said it's 120.5 degrees Fahrenheit in Desert Empire, basically near Palm Springs, California. Yeah, well, I guess, is that supposed to make me feel better? Because it's miserable. Okay, Cordius Technology says, just think, in 7 to 10 years, it'll probably be 130 degrees average. I think it'll take longer than that, but I don't know. Randy says, I'm not going to lie, this is getting interesting. I did not think it would go this far. Oh, we're all the way to the end. Okay, United States, yes. Brad Ravel says, now getting in your car is the worst. I keep the car in the garage. Getting in the garage is the worst. All right, US keyboard layout, skip a second layout. Oh, it's going to want us to connect to the network, right? And my installer, I don't have the fix put in there permanently. So Shift F10, and I got to click to activate that window. OOBE \bypass NRO. All right, here we go. Chuck D said 81 degrees here in Caguas, Puerto Rico. Cheers, Dr. Carey. Great show. Well, thank you, Chuck. Greetings to Puerto Rico. LRCX says it's 102 degrees in Sacramento right now, and my electric company is loving this weather. Oystein says, happy Sunday from Sweden. You're a day ahead of us, Oystein. Hope you're enjoying your vacation there in Sweden. Are you going to buy a pocket knife? Isn't that where they make the Swedish, forgot what they're called, Vectornox? Shop at IKEA, have some meatballs. Matthew Burton said it's only 78 degrees Fahrenheit in Taunton, Massachusetts, but it's near 100% humidity. Oystein says, nice, I got the 12-month badge. 12 months to the next one. That's right, Oystein. Randy says, you mean a Swiss Army knife? Oh, and Larry says, yeah, that's what I was trying to think of, a Swiss Army knife. Can you fly with pocket knives? I do not think you can fly. They're talking about maybe removing the liquid restriction. Okay, here we go again. United States. Okay, it's a little slow. Certainly a RAM upgrade would be beneficial for this. US, secondary keyboard layout is skipped. It's going to ask us about the network. Only this time we'll have the option to say I don't have internet. And we have to tell it twice. John Williams said it's nice in Madison, Wisconsin today at 77 degrees Fahrenheit. username in there and keep the password blank. Red Rebel wants to know, when is Windows 12 coming out, or is that way too far away? Windows 12 is still just a rumor, so it will likely come out in October of 2024. But that's just speculation. I have nothing to justify that answer than that's when Microsoft traditionally releases their big update to Windows. And when they release Windows, it's usually in October. If you look at like when Windows 10 was released, it was October. I think Windows 8 was released in October. Can't remember when Windows 7 was released. And of course, the big 23H2 upgrade to Windows 10 should probably be in October as well. And Windows 10 support will end in October of 2025. So I think it ends on its birthday. In other words, they decide how many years of support a product's going to have. So whatever day it came out in is the day one, and then it should end. If it came out on October 14th of 2019 or something, then it should end on October 14th of 2025. Something like that. I think that's how that works. Oystein said, it's great with vacation. Not as hot as you guys, only like 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Nice. Nice. James Bond says, what do you think of people that use software uninstalls or third-party apps for reg cleaning and whatnot? Oh, they're living in the past. I don't know what else to tell you. All that stuff made sense 15, 20 years ago. But it's stupid, I think, to install a piece of software when you're wanting to uninstall software. Isn't that a weird thing to do? Like the logic? I'm going to put on Revo uninstaller so I can uninstall. So you're going to put on a program because you want to uninstall programs? I think they're a waste of time. And if you paid for them, I think they're a waste of money. And reg cleaning is something you should not do. You won't see any difference other than potential damage. All you can do is either notice no difference when you're done reg cleaning, or the computer starts crashing. That's it. There's nothing good that comes from it. But there used to be something I recommended in the past, but we don't live in the past anymore. You've seen how CPUs have evolved in the last few years. You've seen how things like Wi-Fi have gotten faster, better range, and you see all this and you accept it. We went from 3G to 4G to 5G on our cell phones. Why would you think Windows is not also advancing and still run the same maintenance on Windows 10 that you used to do on Windows 7 or Windows XP? Isn't that weird? I think it's weird. Look, Windows 11 installed. There's no indication that there's any compatibility, or am I missing something? That Windows 11 just installed no differently than it does any other time. And I think it's because we have the TPM module. Let me go over to Windows Update and see if Windows Update complains. I've just plugged the internet into it. Let's go to Update. Windows Update. Brad wants to know what I think about quantum computers. Have I ever seen one? I'm excited about them. I've never seen one in person. I'm very interested in them. Old Man 55 says Microsoft WinToys new as of June 27th. Yeah, I don't use those, but okay. Is Bill Gates not a made man? Just make tech free. You can't make tech free because, I mean, would you go to work for free? Why don't you come work for me and do everything I tell you to do, and then I'll give you nothing for it. So in other words, if you decide to come here and work, or you decide to stay home and watch TV, either way, you're not making any money. Which choice would you make? Nobody should expect anything for free. And I think that level of entitlement is disappointing I'd like people to grow up a little bit and understand what motivates people is earning a living. And if you're not going to earn a living, then you should not be entitled to the luxuries that those of us have who are sacrificing our precious time here on earth doing work for other people. And if those other people aren't compensating us for that, I'm not going to do it. So I don't expect anybody to do anything for me. It's one thing to have a helping hand. It's another thing to just, sorry, I'm going to put this cable away. It's another thing to just be a leech, to just be a leech on society. You need to contribute, and your reward for contributing will be what you get in exchange for your sacrifice, something for you. But you shouldn't get something for yourself just because. It seems like that would be a very depressing life you would live if you had no self-fulfillment. Let's see. Uzi Wolf contributes $2. He says, I've been watching you for years. I built 2 PCs thanks to you. Well, thank you, Uzi Wolf. Thank you for supporting the channel. Sam Van Thiel says, I use Revo Uninstaller for broken uninstalls of Office or AutoCAD that leave a lot of old files that interfere with new installs of that same software. I've never experienced it, so I couldn't tell you whether that's advised or not. Usually if something doesn't uninstall correctly, just reinstall it again and run the uninstaller one more time. Or if something leaves files behind, then typically manufacturers have a free utility that removes those registry entries and leftover files, like Norton has and McAfee has a free download for their uninstaller for removing their security software. That's how difficult it is to remove. And I've jokingly said, and I will continue to say, the software uninstaller from Norton and McAfee is the single best piece of software they make. Mitchell Morrison says, here in Phoenix, it's now Africa hot. I bless the rains down in Africa. I'm going to karaoke that song tonight with one of my 54 Toto shirts. I don't know if I want to hear Mitch singing Africa, but you have a good time, Mitch. Good to see Mitch in the chat room. Jason Ryrick said he worked for Reach for free because he loved learning. Yeah, but how would you be able to pay any bills? How would you be able to pay your rent, your electricity? How could you afford any food? And then while I'm sitting here making money off of your work, how can I sleep at night with any conscience that you have given me your time and your labor, taking it away from your family, your personal hobbies or interests in exchange for the experience? I don't think that's a smart move, man. If you're lucky enough that somebody else is paying your bills, I'd recommend going to school. Paul M says, I love Arizona. It always makes me feel better about the heat where I live. I know I often say Arizona, but it's really just Phoenix. I'm sure Flagstaff, Arizona is probably pretty nice this time of year. Or Alpine, Arizona. Solo says, when I'm retired, I'll volunteer work for you for free. No, when you're retired, you'll be too slow. You won't move fast enough for me. You'll just be in the way. Tobago says, it is winter in Africa. Yes? I know it's winter in Australia. Michael Dane wants to know, here's a dad joke. Have you heard about the new Star Trek Christmas movie? It's called The Wreath of Khan. Ba-dum-bum. Part of Africa below the equator. I guess that works that way, doesn't it? Audi 1201 says hello from Michigan, Carrie. Hello, Audi 1201. Oh, I want to change my power plan so that my monitor doesn't turn off like that anymore. Power plan. There we go. Edit power plan. That's what I want. set it to save changes. Close that, close that. There we go. Patrick Russo said, many of us are on a fixed income like myself. We contribute when we can. That's very much appreciated. Trust me, I'm on a fixed income myself. I have to have numerous sources of income. There's no one single source of income I have that I could rely on, that I could live off of. Every bit of income I've got, it's inconsistent. I don't know how much I'm making from one month to the next, and it's a little maddening. I created some debt during Amazon Prime Day to buy some stuff while it was on sale so I could have future content. And my hope is that I stop seeing stuff I want to buy so that I can pay that debt off before the interest gets crazy. And since I'm only paid once a month, that's a long gap to wait to get paid. But I think I have enough content for a month where I don't need to buy anything substantial for a while. I've got some mini PCs coming in as well from manufacturers that are sending them for free in exchange for the review. Plus I have the networking equipment to review, and we still have a Silverstone giveaway to do. And we have more HP minis to give away along with these Lenovos. So I think I'm covered for the next 30 days without having to buy any more stuff. I am waiting for one more Nook to arrive. It's on back order, so it's already been paid for. And I'm on the fence about canceling the order because I don't really need it. But I have this idea in my head about a Nook video, and I want numerous generations of Nooks beside themselves, because at least if the computer changed significantly in how it looks. And there's one particular model I don't have. This company sold it to me, and then I didn't get any updates. And I said, where's the computer? And they said, oh, it's out of stock. We're expecting more in a couple weeks. But if you don't want to wait, we'll give you a refund. Well, I went looking online for an alternative source, and the only places I saw it where it was available, it was a lot more money. And I said, I'll wait. But the longer I'm waiting, the more second thoughts I'm getting. Solo said he bought Tesla stock. He hopes to be enough to retire on in a few years, 6 years. Mucky Muck said, I just tried to close the window on Carrie's screen. Tried to close the Windows Update window. Restart now. Well, we're still downloading. And that's installing additional. Is that advanced? It's AMD display driver. Yeah, let's go ahead and restart it. I don't see any indication that we have any compatibility problem whatsoever. This Windows 11 works and acts just like it's supposed to. And I would assume if we tried to put Windows 11 on an incompatible device, that it would warn us and say, oh, this computer doesn't meet minimum requirements. And then we'd have to work around it. But that did not happen here. It installed without a problem. At least that's with the latest BIOS update. Anyway, maybe that made a difference. Brad Revel says, what do you think about digital currency? I think it's great. Randy says it's amazing that that worked. Again, the CPU is not on the list. But I do believe the CPU is not on the list because it doesn't have a TPM module. And since Lenovo added TPM modules to these mini PCs, if that's the only reason the CPU wasn't on the list, then it should be fine. But that's why you don't believe anything on the internet. Don't believe limitations, and don't believe, news items. If anything's that newsworthy, it'll be on your local news, or at least your local news website. It's not something you're going to find on Facebook or Twitter, and it's not going to, if it's a real news item, then the real news will cover it. Just telling you. And anything you see or hear on the internet, verify it through a reputable source. So in this case, I'm just going to try it. I see a lot of people asking questions. Can I buy this thing and will it work in this thing? Well, buy it from Amazon and try it. And if it doesn't work, send it back to Amazon. They have a 30-day return period. What's the big deal? Someone saw the Beijing solid state drive. They said, will this work in my PS5? I don't know, I'll try it. What's the big... I don't understand the mentality of the culture that wants to know the future before they make a decision. Nobody can tell you the future. Will this work in my PS5? Maybe. So either people are just bored and they're curious with no intention of buying it, because I just think if you were serious, you'd just buy the stupid thing, plug it in, and see if it works. And then, if you wanted to give back to the community, you'd answer your own question in a review of the product. So like at Amazon, I would go to the reviews, give it as many stars as you want that you think it deserves, and write, I was worried if this would work in my PS5, so I bought it and tried it, and I'm glad to say that it does work. Now the next person who has that question can see somebody else already did it. It's weird people ask me these questions because, do you see me with a PS5? How am I supposed to know? This is weird. And what's the risk? So you buy it, try it. If it doesn't work, return it. Will this make my computer fast? I don't know. Try it. You've got 30 days to return it at Amazon. You tell us. We don't tell you. I'm seeing so much of that. I'm like, what's going on with society? People want everything to be perfect all the time, and they want no surprises. They don't want to take any risk. You know, heaven forbid, they have to return something. Oh, no. Is the water in the pool cold? Stick your foot in, for crying out loud. Maybe I think it's nice and you think it's cold. Maybe I think it's cold and you think it's perfect. What's your fear about sticking your foot in the water? Gary Tatum said, I need a PS5. No, I don't. No, I don't. Randy says that means the other Lenovo unit will be upgradable. Whomever gets them will be happy, and people nowadays want to be spoon-fed. But it's awfully slow. It seemed like, well, I mean, it's installing updates, but it felt faster with Windows 10. This feels really bogged down. Jason Myra says, I think people don't want to ask Amazon not giving a refund. You don't ask Amazon for a refund. You don't talk to anybody. You go into your account settings, you click, I want to return the item. They ask you why. You do not have to select a reason why. And then they ask how you want to return it, through a UPS store, Kohl's drop-off, Whole Foods drop-off. You pick whichever one's most convenient for you, and you get a QR code. And you say, okay, put the unit back in its box, not the shipping box, but the product box, along with everything that was in the box. Don't shoplift, return everything. And take it over to wherever you said you were going to take it. Show them the QR code on your phone. They scan it, they take the item. You don't have to package it, you don't have to address it. I don't know how they could make that any easier. And some items, Amazon will refund your money within minutes of you leaving the store, because they know once the store has it, it's as good as in their warehouse. So I've seen some items where I've gotten refunds while I was driving home from the store. Other things have taken, I've had one item take about 3 weeks for a refund. It was that motherboard for the big beast build. That took forever to get a refund on it, but I've never waited that long before or since. I do refunds with Amazon constantly sending stuff back. In fact, they've been really screwing up shipping times. One item I ordered says this item may have been lost in shipping. I'm like, give me a refund then. It says, do you want to order another one? Here's your refund. Do you want to order another one? Yes, I would. So I got the refund first, ordered another one second. They said, okay, it should be there by tomorrow. Already they've told me it should be there by Tuesday. What happened to tomorrow? Very strange. Some weird stuff's going on with Amazon shipping. I had a package from Amazon that Amazon sent me an email that said, we've sent this package to UPS to have them deliver it. Here's your UPS tracking number. So I don't know if the local delivery service in my area is in a fight with Amazon, or they're understaffed, or if Prime Day just bogged them down, or if it's the heat. I don't know what it is, but Amazon deliveries used to come overnight, and now it's like one product said it was going to take a week, and I said, okay. And then the week came and went, and it says, product still hasn't shipped yet. So cancel, give me a refund. And then I just went and bought a competitor's product, still at Amazon, said it would arrive tomorrow. So I ordered it, and it says, your product will be a Tuesday. All right, I'll put up with Tuesday. Ridiculous. All right, so it's working fine. What's the device manager look like? Do we need any drivers? Yeah, we're gonna need some drivers here. Okay. And we'll be able to get those right from Lenovo. We should be able to. So we need to, oh, you know what? Probably just download the AMD Adrenalin drivers. So let's do that. Well, should I do that now? It's gonna slow everything down. Let's see. AMD Adrenalin. See how slow it is. AMD drivers. Auto detect and install. Download and run the tool directly. Download the tool. Wasn't I just there? Oh, no, I wasn't. There's 10 or 11 drivers. That's what we wanted. Frankie B contributes $4.99 in Super Chat. He says, awesome video, great work. Also, check your phone. Good timing, Frankie, since I'm waiting on a download anyway. Frankie's been super generous as of late. Yeah, Frankie just sent me $50 via Zelle. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Frankie. Thanks for your continued generosity and in your support. Mike emails me. He has a Roku Ultra he would like to donate. Yeah, we're not sending out media players to people because it's not a useful, like a communications tool. But I'm sure you could find someone in your local area, maybe somebody you know. So I appreciate the offer, but he says, I nominate myself for the HP mini computer. I subscribed to your YouTube channel several months ago. I also joined your paid chat group. I'm a veteran of both the U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force. I served in Germany in the early 1960s. For 17 years, I was an HP senior customer engineer, tech, working as you do on all HP computers and gear. That's why I enjoy your videos. I'm not a jerk, as you talked a week ago. I don't think I was calling you a jerk, Mike. I built many home computers for myself, family, friends, and more. Recently, little old ladies here in our senior building. I'm now 81 years old and disabled with multiple sclerosis. It's a nasty disease that wipes out your memory and why I had to leave the work field long ago. I only live on Social Security, so I'm not rich at all. I'm using an old HP desktop and live here at my desk. Being disabled, I can't get out and go, so the computer is my window into the world. I play a couple of the better senior games, but none of the high-end games. So I only need a basic computer, HDMI, just a bit faster than my old slow HP. By the way, I fully agree with you when you said us old techs are dinosaurs. I don't think I ever said old techs are dinosaurs. I think you misinterpreted what I said. With my MS, I don't have dementia of any sort, but with no short-term memory, I'm very limited in what I can do. I know you understand. So that's why I think I qualify for one of your many gifts. It would really be a blessing in my life. And I loved your video today of the HP that you added the HDMI port to. And I want to send you the Roku Ultra box. It works fine. I'm not able to watch TV. I also want to send you a computer to finish building, but more about that next time. I love your sense of humor and your tech savvy. I miss that world more than I can say. Well, first of all, Mike, thank you for your service. And thank you for reaching out to me. These computers are intended exactly for people like you, for the veterans and for people that are on limited income that would benefit greatly from having one. So it almost sounds like if you've got a computer you need me to finish, it would make more sense for you to send it, let me finish it, and send it back to you. But if you're watching now, Mike, I don't know if you are or not, but I'll respond to your email a bit later when I have some time. And, at the very least, I'm sure I can get one of the HP minis out to you, these i5 6500Ts, or maybe even one of these Lenovos if you're interested. I mean, if it was me, I'd want the HP, but the Lenovo is running Windows 11. Not quickly. I think the HP is more responsive, which is why I would want it. But then you'd be needing a new computer in mid-October of 2025. Well, you'd need a new computer by the end of 2025 for sure. So we'll talk. We'll see what your preferences are and see if we can't help you out. You didn't mention where you were, so I don't know what your location is. Obviously, it sounds like you're in the US if you were in the Army. What do you say, the Army and the Air Force? William Lynn said it's 91 degrees Fahrenheit in Cupertino, California. AMD software cannot proceed as a Windows update is in progress. Oh, all right. Well, I guess that's acceptable. That checks out. That's why I should probably be more patient and do one thing at a time. Well, I think that's going to wrap it up for today's video. You kind of see where this is going. It's going to need a couple of drivers. I'll have to look around. Maybe I've got some compatible RAM I can slap in there. If I can get 2 sticks of 8 instead of these 2 sticks of 4, then these machines would probably be better than the HPs, but I'm not sure. I'm on the fence about that. We still have plenty of the HP Core i5 6500Ts to give away. Those are 8 gigs of RAM. They're usually 256 gig storage. If you're lucky, you'll get 500 gigs. Some of them have NVMe drives, and most of them have just a SATA 2.5-inch drive like this. And they're fast. I mean, they're, for regular web surfing, email, watching videos. I think you'd be very impressed with it. So we have more of those to give away. However, I also have a lot of work to do, and I spent the last 2 weeks packaging and shipping. 14 computers went out, and I need a little break, and I also don't want to go out in this heat. So it's going to be a delay before I get back to it. But in the meantime, I can prep other machines like this, plus the machine that James Habig sent, a little Dell small form factor computer. I haven't even turned that one on yet. Jeb says, I have two 8 gig SODIMM sticks, not in use if needed. Oh, I appreciate it, Jeb. Barry Klein says, Carrie, you're slacking today. Only 3 hours? I know, we're getting on 4 hours soon. MAHFL, sure how you say that, contributes $2. Thank you for that, whoever you are. Essential Working Too Hard with a $20 super chat. Thank you. He says, great show, very informative. Thank you. Right on. Well, thank you for supporting the channel. Patrick wants to know if DJ Big Red is enjoying his computer from me. It's not done. It's sitting here waiting for me to finish it along with his repair. So if you see me making videos every day, there's almost no time left over between getting ready for the video and then tying everything back up at the end and putting the batteries on the chargers and going to eat. And by then the day is done. So DJ Big Red is in no hurry for it, but they are in my way. I have to walk around them. I do that to myself on purpose because if I have to constantly, deal with it being in my way. It's a reminder to get it done. So he is still waiting. MAHFL said MAH are my initials and FL is my state. Randy says, thanks again for another great show. Well, thanks for contributing, Randy. I appreciate that you sent these little machines. It's the very first Lenovo minis I've ever seen. And it's the very first AMD-based mini I've ever seen. Craig Hirschman says, Carrie, if you started intermittent fasting, you can use that time to get more done. Greg, what makes you think I'm not already doing that? Yeah, so my benefit is really my motivation is to get DJ Big Red's computers out of my way. My initial plan was I was going to get them both done and give it to them both at the same day. But now I'm thinking I'll finish the repair first, get that one out of here. And then I'll finish the live mixer board. It's just some cable management. And I was waiting on a Wi-Fi card. He said he needed Wi-Fi. He didn't tell me that before. And then Amazon said it would arrive the next day. And then once again, Amazon was like, oh, your package is running late. So then by the time it arrived, I was already, let me explain how my work is done. I have a queue or line, okay? And it's filled with about 40 different projects. And I know when I'm going to get to that project, approximately it'll come after this other one. And that'll happen after this other one. And as I finish projects, they move down move up in the queue until it's turn. So when it was its turn for me to do the live mixer board, I should have had everything I needed to do it. And it wasn't until I was done that I got this new piece of information. I need Wi-Fi. So then what happens is if I can get a Wi-Fi card instantly or very quickly, I'll take care of it and get it done. But I cannot have it sitting on the bench holding up everything behind it. So what it happens is that now goes back all the way to the end of the queue again. Think about that. Because it's not fair to the other 39 projects that they have to wait because I wasn't given all the information up front. Now, I want to get it done right the first time. And if that means that it's got to get postponed 3 weeks or 3 months, that's what it's going to be. And if people want things done quickly, they need to be very decisive and clear on what they want. If somebody keeps changing their mind or they're not disclosing everything to me, or they're calling me saying, oh, I forgot to talk about this, or I forgot that I needed that, you're probably going to go all the way to the back of the line again. And the more you keep doing that, the longer it is before I can get to your project, because I don't want that holding up everybody that's already waiting who has decided what they want. And I'm the only one doing the work. So it's the only way I have found that's fair. And I can tell you, the people who are most upset with me are the people who can't make up their minds or they keep making changes. And they're like, why is it taking months? Well, it's taking months because you keep resetting yourself to the back of the line. I'm not going to make 39 people upset because of one person and try and please them when they can't seem to make up their mind. So, I'm not happy about it. I don't like having these computers in my way. Really, it's not convenient for me to have them. So as soon as I get everything caught up here, finish his repair, and then I will finish the build, and then they'll be done separately. So he'll have some time to work on the, if I give him two computers at the same time, who knows how he's going to decide which one he's going to use first. So this kind of makes that decision. And he's not complaining or anything like that, thankfully. Some customers don't get it, and they do complain. And if those customers never want to come back and do business with me again, I'm fine with that, because I don't need customers like that. You understand what I'm saying? A DJ Big Red is a friend. Like I said, he's not complaining. And he would rather wait and have it done right the first time than pressure me to get it out the door and then find out something's not working or something's not complete. Essential Working Too Hard said, Carrie, that sounds like a fair way to run it. So the problem is, Paul M says soup Nazi. It is that way. I got to take the soup Nazi side on that. If you're going to hold up the line and he's trying to sell soup and people are hungry and they're starving and they've been waiting in the line and you're selfish and all you're thinking about is yourself, you can leave and never come back, because who are you, right? Why would you get, if you're trying to force somebody to be your butler and you're not paying them for that, or paying them extra for that service, then what you're doing is you are essentially trying to put the company out of business, whether you realize it or not. So for the sake of everybody else behind you, you have to step aside. You need to make up your mind now or get back in the line. And while you're in line, think about what you want when you get up to the counter. It's just common courtesy, and it shouldn't have to be told to anybody. You just need to be self-aware there's other people on the planet besides you. How would you feel if you're in line and you've been in line for a long time and the line stops moving because of some problem with a customer? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I totally agree with the soup Nazi. If I was that guy, I would totally do it exactly the same way. Well, when George didn't get his bread, George shouldn't have been banned for that, because they made a mistake. But he held up the line. He's like, "Excuse me, you didn't give me, supposed to get bread. That's it. You're banned." That part I don't agree with. I would have said, "My apologies. Here's the bread." And then I'd scold the employee that did it and say, "Look, we don't have time for you to be making mistakes. Pay attention." That should have been the employee that was scolded, not the customer. But when Elaine went up there and she's like on purpose being very slow and indecisive, yeah, you're gone. When you got that much business and she's holding up the line, there's only one person who can do the work, and you're selfishly occupying their time with everybody behind you. It's as if you're giving everybody behind you the middle finger. What would be nice is to watch the crowd just beat the crap out of that person. Let's see if they do that again. Of course, then they'd probably lose their place in line. That was a funny Seinfeld. Well, many of the Seinfelds were funny. Blackhawk says 124 degrees here in Glendale. Holy cow. Paul M says, I was joking. No, I know you were joking. I know. Greg Horseman said it was humor, Carrie. Yeah, you guys don't understand when you're getting humor back. That's the funny thing, is when you're telling me it was a joke and I'm responding to you, I am responding to you the same way. So you're the one who needs to be told it was a joke. I know it was a joke. All right, well, this is going to take a while. It's installing that big cumulative update. Chuck D just became a supporter. Right on. Thank you, Chuck D. Mortant said you can still watch that show online. I wouldn't be surprised if it was on YouTube. Trevor Dunn says run the Windows 11 check again and see what happens. I'm sure it'll do the same thing, but we got to wait for the install to finish. I don't think it will. It'll do it right now. Oh, and I want to get rid of that search icon. So the way I do that is I type in search permission. Yeah, there it is. Search permissions and history. And then we go to more settings. And when I switch this to off, this little icon, this Bing icon will go away. And then we'll go back to the Windows Update status page. PC health. I imagine it's going to say the same thing it's always said. It'll tell us our processor's not compatible. Wow, there's a lot of advertising. I have clicked on the wrong thing here. I want to go to Microsoft for that. PC Health Check app. If you don't have it, you can install it by going here. Okay. Patrick Rizzo says, thanks to you, Uncle Kerry, inspiring me to get a wireless security camera system. Got this one on Prime Day using your link. Which one is that? Well, that's one I've never heard of before. Well, you'll have to let me know how it works out for you. Seems like it's even a good price. You get 4 cameras for $200 with a home unit. I'm telling you, man, having these cameras are, I can't imagine not having them. They're so useful. And the reason I didn't have them before is I would have to run cabling. Even a wireless camera needs power, you know? But now that they're battery operated and I don't have to run any cables, I just recharge them once every few months via USB to take about 4 to 5 hours to charge up, and then they're good for another 4 or 5 months. They say that's a 365-day life on the battery, but that's if you don't get much motion that the camera's being triggered by. So there's one camera in a spot where very, very little ever happens. But when the landscapers are here, the cameras are constantly going off, but they have a silent mode for that. So the results haven't changed. The results are the same. But it's not preventing Windows 11 from installing, nor has Windows 11 indicated that we should not install it. So seems like it's fine, as far as I can tell. Patrick says, so far the cameras are nice. The only thing is the app has no audio alarm, just a visual notification like other apps. Usually you can enable that in the settings of the smartphone. I don't think that the app, does the app control that? I thought the smartphone controlled it. You go into the settings of your smartphone for the installed apps, and then you go under notification settings for that app and you turn on what kind of notifications you want to receive. You know, if you wanted audio, you wanted to put a message on your homepage, it's like 3 different ways. Roy G. Bibb says, I'm not happy. I'll have to most likely move on from my Ryzen 7 1700. Windows 10 was sold as the last Windows. It was not sold as the last Windows. There was one employee that worked at Microsoft that said something like, Windows will be the last version and it'll just be updated. And it was never said again by anybody else. But at the same time, Microsoft, this was part of an article that had nothing to do with this. It was just something, it was an offhand comment. And for some reason, that one comment went viral, and it's all anybody remembers. Can you tell me the name of the person who said that? This is the thing I find most fascinating. You probably don't know. It's just somebody whispered in your ear, and you took that to be truth. Microsoft never officially made that statement, but Microsoft never officially denied it either. Nonetheless, just because they changed the name, you were going to reach this point of security regardless. You can't blame Microsoft for instituting policies and procedures to protect you from the ever-evolving massive amount of threats that await you online on the internet. So many people want to attack you. They want to steal your identity. They want to steal your bank account. And all Microsoft is trying to do is protect you, and they can't. It's like you've got a sharpened stick and you want to go to war with Russia. And Russia's using laser-guided missiles. And you're being told, look, that sharpened stick was adequate a couple thousand years ago. But if you enter the modern battlefield today with a sharpened stick, you will likely not last very long, and you are not long for this earth. All Microsoft is trying to do is help you stay safe on the internet. And the equipment that you're using isn't capable of doing that because there are threats that are being exercised by bad actors that take advantage of exploits that have been discovered in the hardware. If you want to be mad at somebody, be mad at people. There's so many people online that want to steal from you. It would be irresponsible for you to not protect yourself and yet still participate online. And you don't have to use Microsoft products. You can use Linux. Learn to use Linux. Essential Working Too Hard says, what wireless security system are you using where no power is needed? There's a couple of systems, and I won't tell you which one I'm using for obvious reasons. But if you look up systems from, the two that come to mind are Eufy, E-U-F-Y, and they actually have them with solar cameras. So all you got to do is mount the camera, and you never have to power it ever again. Then there's a company called OSU, A-O-S-U. If you just type in wireless security camera in Amazon, I think there's a bunch to pick from. But the Eufy and AOSU are two of the more prominent ones. And they make the doorbell cameras, again, battery operated. Charge it up via USB, connected Wi-Fi to your router. You don't have any wiring. So if you have a doorbell that doesn't work, you don't have to fix it to get the power. But yep, I know there's many more. In fact, we could probably look at a few. Since we're waiting on this, it's something we can do. We go to my screen sharing again. Turn off camera one. Let's go to, there we go. Let's go to Amazon. Type in wireless security camera. Outdoor. There's a lot to pick from. Now, some of these wireless systems may require power. Let's see if this one does. This looks like the one Patrick shows. How are they getting power? Go back. Let's look for. So this camera has a little solar panel where it recharges itself. DZs. So that looks just like AOSU's system. These have solar panels. These are made by Decco. Here's a kit made by somebody whose name I don't know. I don't see a name on it. Let's just type in Eufy. Kit. Yeah, see here? These cameras have solar panels on top of them. And they've got an alarm you can send out. If somebody's in your property, you can have this big bright light come on, have it sound an alarm to scare them away. And all you got to do is screw it to the wall and you're done. Pair it to your phone and your wireless router. And that white box, it connects to your router inside the house. You just type in the word, maybe I need the word battery in there. There's a Blink wireless weather resistant security camera with a 2-year battery life and motion detection. I mean, they're everywhere. There's not like there's just one. Hawk Ray, here's another one, battery powered. There's AOSU. So there's 2 cameras and the box that connects to the router. $200, that's a really good deal. And they have a solar camera kit, but then I don't like this idea because it's drawing more attention. Like with these cameras, it'd be very difficult to necessarily notice you have a camera, but the minute you start putting other things around it, it might, and maybe you want somebody to know you have a camera. I would rather the cameras were placed in discrete locations, and trying to hide the solar panel would be difficult. So Eufy's design makes more sense. But these with the batteries, you just take them off the mount, plug it into a USB charger for, like I say, 4 to 5 hours. If it's darn near empty, charge it back up and you're good for 4, 5, 6 months. Got night vision, it's got alarms, all that. Yep. That's what I've been waiting for, because I just didn't want to do the wiring, even if it was just power, you know. If I got to run power, I might as well run power over Ethernet. Why run wireless, you know what I mean? So, see how we're doing over here with our updates. Still installing. All right. Mark Gaines contributes £5. He says it's 2:27 in the morning, Carrie. Great stream as always. Thank you, Mark Gaines. Mark joins us from Northern Ireland, where I guess it's about 8 hours ahead. John Arnold says, was Eufy the one that was uploading to cloud even though they claimed not to? I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm sure a Google search will answer your question. I'm not aware of anybody that was doing it, but I have no idea. Essential Working Too Hard says, Carrie, thanks. Those are good selections. David Dix at Rock City PC said the Eufy S330 Solar is fantastic. Even the S40 The S330 is 4K and the S40 is 2K, but both are solar and fantastic. Yeah, if you can get 4K, get it, because the 2K cameras, the resolutions, it's fine until you need to identify somebody or read a license plate. It's just not good enough, especially if they're at a distance. So with 4K, you should be able to magnify the picture and get much more, detail in identifying whatever it is you're looking at. Dorado Systems says he's in Bucharest, Romania, where it is 4:30 in the morning. So I guess they're 10 hours ahead of us. AC's Drafting says, hey guys, I made it to a live stream. Hope all is well. I haven't seen you in a while there. AC's Drafting, good to see you, my friend. John Williams recommends you could upgrade his Ryzen 1700. Just replace the CPU and you can use the same motherboard. Just make sure you update your BIOS first. Otherwise, it may not recognize the new CPU. And make sure that Secure Boot and TPM are activated in the BIOS. Yeah, well, if you update the BIOS first, that's probably the new defaults, I would imagine. But good tip. You could probably get by buying somebody's used Ryzen. Ryzens, they depreciate very quickly. They're very, very inexpensive. Once they're about a year old, they're like 60% of their original price. So I can imagine used ones, maybe on eBay or something, or even Amazon Warehouse, look for a returned one. Won't cost very much money at all. John Arnold said, yeah, I looked it up. Eufy is owned by Anchor, and it was uploading unencrypted files to the cloud without user knowledge. Okay, so what does that mean? That means they're bad, or does it mean they made a mistake? Are they still doing it, or have they corrected that? People these days are so quick to demonize. I don't know whatever happened. We used to give people the benefit of the doubt, and now it's not happening anymore. It certainly implies that because they had done something, that they were doing it on purpose, and that you were going to punish them forever. I mean, who cares? As long as they've addressed it and they're not doing it anymore, wouldn't worry about it. Paul M says you can pick up a Ryzen 5600 or 5600X. They're pretty inexpensive with 6 cores and 12 threads. Great suggestion. Desmond said, I guess some peeps have things to hide. I don't think it's about that. I think it's the idea that people would know who you are. Like if I was looking at your security camera feed, I wouldn't know who or where you are. So regardless of what I was seeing, I would have no way to identify where in the world you're located or who the owner of the cameras are. And beyond that, why would I care about you? Like, why would I even bother to care? What about you do you think people are interested in? Unless you're a public figure, a celebrity, a politician, nobody cares. It's weird. I just think it's amusing how people are so entitled. They think other people want to watch them. No interest in watching you. If you're a celebrity, if you're Tom Cruise, but you're some guy living somewhere, do I give a rat's behind? So what? Let's all get outraged. What we do now. Essential Working to Art said, you are now guilty until proven innocent. John Arnold said, my issue is the product is promoted as local only, and it turned out not to be true. But was it not true maliciously, or was it not true by mistake or oversight? And furthermore, did the company address it? I mean, if the company's addressed it and it's been resolved, let it go. Now, if the company has a long history of lying and misleading and omitting, I'm on board with you. But if this is a one-time incident, it's been corrected, so what? What else could they do now, right? Somebody made a mistake. So let's punish them forever and make sure we never forget the mistake. How would you like it if somebody treated you that way? I don't like that at all. It's way too punitive. Were you a victim of this, or you're just joining somebody else's victimization? You're just so desperate to be a victim, you're going to be upset on behalf of the victims as though it happened to you? It's just weird, man. It's just a weird thing to be upset by. If it had no impact on you at all, and it's been corrected, and it was probably a mistake, why would you be so personally involved? It's weird. And companies are going to continue to make mistakes. You probably own products right now from companies that have yet to make the mistake that exposes your identity. What are you going to do? But at least you'll have a right to complain when it's something that negatively impacts you. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people need you to speak up on their behalf unless they asked you to, which I don't think they did. All right, let's see. We're booting up here. And no indication that we have any incompatibility. Windows 11 seems slow, but fine. Roy G. Bibb said, in his defense, most things corporations do are for profit reasons, not mistakes. Mistakes are difficult if your company's large enough for a law firm is most likely on retainer. Oh, you're making a lot of assumptions. Boy, oh boy. So I guess in his world, there's no good corporations. They're all just bad, and they only do things on purpose for profit. I think companies sometimes are being run by people who aren't putting in proper security protocols or doing proper auditing of how things are set up in order to save money, but not because they're making money profiting off of that. In other words, they're not taking your personal video. Your personal video has no value to them. That's very strange. I'm glad I don't think like you, like these individuals. I could not go through life and want to participate in the world if I truly believed what they're saying. Like if they're waking up every day and they really believe what they're saying, I don't want to live in their world. No, thank you. And I would go a step further, that if I felt that strongly about it, I wouldn't just talk about it on the internet. I'd actually get involved, and I would, either run for a local city council position or, look to make a change legally using the system. If it really got under my skin that much, I would do something about it. If it bothered me, I just simply wouldn't participate. You understand? Like, what do I care? It doesn't affect me. I'm not forced to use their products. I'll use somebody else's products, but I'm not going to sit here and get all worked up about it. It's just weird. I have a lot of things going on in my life that I can get worked up about. I don't need to worry what's going on with somebody else. I don't need to represent on behalf of somebody else, unless they're paying me. David Dix at Rock City PC said he had a customer come in one time and said, I'm having a hard time finding a computer repair shop. So on my check-in sheet, it asked for a password, and he refused to write it down. I said, I promise no one in my store wants your info nor cares. And he got mad and left. I said, I see why you're having a hard time finding a computer repair shop. Can you imagine going through life like that? Just be glad you're not in that mental space. That's all I got to say. Some people, I don't know, been raised in a way that is very different from how I was raised. They're very punitive. They're very victimized all the time. Victimized, victimized, victimized. And yet they don't do anything but complain. They don't do anything to help other people from becoming victimized. They think by going online and just telling a group of random strangers something that they're going to believe what you said when you haven't even identified who you are or why we should care what you think. I just think it's weird. The whole thing is weird. Paul M said, on this hill, is this the hill you want to die on? I mean, wow, let it go. The stress is hurting you. The life, this is life and no one's getting out alive. Relax and enjoy the ride. John Arnold says, I'm sorry if it came off as such. It was just something I heard about in the tech world and wanted to ask about. This is the first I've heard about it. And I don't know why it cares. Like, it's, you know, there's an expression, ignorance is bliss. If you were happy with this company until you read an online article and now it's made you upset, even though you're not a customer of this company and it has no impact on you one way or the other, I just find that behavior is weird that you're asking about it, unless you think this company is somehow, like, I don't know how you think you can run a company by lying to your customers, how you're going to stay in business. So let me Google this. Eufy stores video unencrypted. ARS Technica did a story on this last year, almost 2 years ago, and said that Eufy has issued a statement. Eufy Security adamantly disagrees with the accusation levied against the company concerning the security of our products. However, we understand that the recent events may have caused concern for some users. We frequently review and test our security features and encourage feedback from the broader security industry to ensure we address all credible security vulnerabilities. If a credible vulnerability is identified, we take the necessary actions to correct. In addition, we comply with all appropriate regulatory bodies in the markets where our products are sold. Finally, we encourage users to contact our customer support team with questions. Don't go asking people on the internet stuff like that. So this is what happens. Anchor finally comes clean. Here we go. Anchor admits it's always encrypted. Cameras weren't always encrypted. Okay, well, that's a different thing than what you said. So let's see, when was this published? How far back in the past do we have to go to justify our anger? 6 months ago, 7 months ago. Not that old. Anchor says now it's largely fixed. Every video stream request originating from Eufy's web portal will now be end-to-end encrypted like they are with Eufy's app. And the company says it's updating every single Eufy camera to use WebRTC, which is encrypted by default. Reading between the lines, though, it seems that these concerns could still provide unencrypted footage upon request. That's not all Anchor is disclosing today. The company's also apologized for the lack of communication and promised to do better, confirming it's bringing an outside security and penetration testing company to audit Eufy's practices. It's in talks with a leading and well-known security expert to produce an independent report. It's promising to create an official bug bounty program and will launch a microsite in February. I mean, what more could you want from a company? So there you go. This is not a This isn't Watergate. All right. I was gonna back to Windows. Not only do I have to go to Windows Update, I can install the Adrenaline drivers. See if it'll let me do that. Greg M said, "Is this Anchor in their cameras?" I guess Anchor owns Eufy. Avery Ramstra says, "Carrie, Farscape was a great show." I know, that's all I keep hearing from my friends, but I've looked at it and it looks terrible. He says it may take a few tries to get into. Oh, if I gotta acquire a taste for it, I'm not interested. If it doesn't capture me right away, I'm not going to invest a bunch of it. They said the same thing to me about Breaking Bad. It just got worse the more I watched it. So I was upset. Like, why are you having me watch this depressing thing? Oh, it gets better. Oh, it gets more depressing. I guess you like watching things that are depressing. I didn't find any joy in watching Breaking Bad, so I regrettably wasted my time watching episode 1 and episode 2. And thank goodness stopped there and didn't get involved any further. Greg says he gives a series 3 episodes before he ditches. I give an episode 10 minutes. If it doesn't grab my attention in 10 minutes, I move on. There's way too much to choose from to try and give something that much time. Now, I might give it another 10 minutes later if it's slow, and I might be in the mood for something slow. But usually, I want something to grab my attention. I'd say the show Warrior very successfully did that on episode 1, and I've been hooked ever since. But we all have our preferences, and that's just my preference. That's all. Carrie, have you watched Vikings? Vikings is better than Game of Thrones. Well, first of all, I don't see anything appealing about Game of Thrones. I watched a little bit of it, turned it off, watched a little bit later because everybody keeps talking about it, turned it off, and tried one more time and turned it off. Then when I hear the summary of the episodes, I'm like, oh, God, that sounds horrible. I'm glad I didn't watch that. So if you're comparing Vikings with Game of Thrones, I'm not going to like it. But I don't know. I don't know anything about that show. Mike Budakowitz says Longmire was a good show. Couldn't get into Longmire. I watched the Michael J. Fox show. You mean the movie called Still? The documentary? Watched it the day it came out. I'm a big Michael J. Fox fan. Dorado Systems, great show, Carrie. I'm going to go get some sleep. Clients are going to be calling me in about 5 hours from now. I got to be fresh. Have a great show ahead. Well, thank you for hanging out with us today, Dorado Systems, and get your rest. Bosch, yeah, another show I couldn't get into. I'd say 90% of the shows on TV, maybe 95%, I just think they're just junk. I got pretty high standards, I guess. I'd rather watch YouTube than most of the stuff on TV, right? The last 10 years, it's been mostly junk. But every once in a while, that a show comes along that's just fantastic. I had a good time watching Boardwalk Empire and Peaky Blinders, and then Rick and Morty, and once in a while we get the new South Parks and Family Guy and new Star Trek, Strange New Worlds. I've been enjoying that. Spencer M wants to know if anybody's had any luck recovering drives that became unallocated. Well, why don't you have a backup, Spencer? Why? That's what I want to know. Seriously, if you had anything on your drive that was important, why did you not back it up? Bradley says Michael J. Fox had a show called The Michael J. Fox Show. I consider myself a very big Michael J. Fox fan. And I'm not aware of a Michael J. Fox show. How long ago are we talking? Recently? Or are we talking the 1980s? I don't know. All of Michael J. Fox. The last thing I saw Michael J. Fox in on a show regularly was Spin City. Then he's made cameo appearances on a bunch of different shows. Came out 10 years ago, the Michael J. Fox Show. Yeah, I never heard of it. Maybe I should look that up on my phone. Maybe it's possible I watched it and I forgot. And Frankie B. Oh, again, I think that's the same one, isn't it? I don't know if he sent twice or I got the message twice, but another shout out to Frankie B for his contribution. And $5 from, I don't know who it is, Joseph Latham. I cannot send super chats at the moment. No clue what that's about. I had to send a quick question about ordering from Minis Forum direct site. Keep it live. Did I answer your question about ordering from Minis Forum? I don't know who you are in the chat or if he's even still watching. But thank you for the contribution. Michael J. Fox Show. Show? The Michael J. Fox Show. When Mike Henry gets a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, he decides to put his news anchor career on hold to focus on his health and family. After 5 years at home, Mike is growing restless. His family concocts a strategy with his former boss to get him working again. They'll arrange for Mike to run into his former boss and come up with a plan himself to return to work. And with Mike back to juggling his work and home lives, things return the way they were pre-diagnosis, but somehow better. Apparently, it got canceled because the demographics, the ratings were poor in its demo rating. It was only on for 1 year. It sounds vaguely familiar. That was a long time ago. I might have watched it. Like, you know, sometimes you get that sense like it's a little like deja vu. It's kind of familiar, but at the same time, I'm not quite sure. I'd have to check it out. Thanks for letting me know. I can't get enough of Michael J. Fox, and if it's 10 years old, it's still fairly recent. It beats, you know, watching some Family Ties or something. You know, it's very, very aged. Greg wants to know if I watched Still, a Michael J. Fox movie. Yeah, that's the one that I was referring to. I watched that the day it came out. It was wonderful. Loved it. Desmond Javim says, I just used VIP CDK deals for a Windows 10 Pro license. Thanks again, Carrie. Well, right on, Desmond. Glad we could save you some money and get you a legal working key. And I'm sure they appreciate your business and I appreciate your support. So it should be a win-win-win. I win, you win, they win. And if you ever need any software keys, speaking of which, I'll just tie into that now. VIP CDK deals, I'm working with them and endorsing them in my real business, save my customers money. and they're like 90% cheaper than Microsoft. And you're getting the exact same product. So this window, this here has the products I recommend. They sell software licenses for other stuff, but these were prices from a couple months ago. The price, I think, is $15.90. You know, when the exchange rate changes between us and Hong Kong, then these prices may fluctuate. But after you use the coupon code CARRY, you can save 30% off their regular low prices. Because their regular prices aren't bad. But another 30%, I mean, instead of paying $22, you pay 15. What's wrong with that? And there's a license that'll work on 2 PCs. And in Office 2019, Office 2016. At least with Office 2016, you can still activate without creating a Microsoft account. But Office 2019 and 2016 will have end-of-life support on October 14th, 2025, just like Windows 10. And Office 2021, you only get 1 more year after that. After that, it's just all Office 365 as far as I know. It's all going to be subscription-based. But maybe Microsoft will offer a more perpetual license like these. I don't know yet. Generally speaking, subscriptions are cheaper, but let's reboot this. Mortot says, you will like it, Carrie. Oh, I'm sure if Michael J. Fox is in it, I'm going to like it. All right, and then hopefully when we get into Device Manager, we don't have any more problems, and that'll be a good place to end the video since, you know, we ended up filling up the time it was taking for updates where I was going to end the show earlier. This is all I was going to do off camera anyway. So, full screen. I do have an appointment with a client here in an hour, so I have to get ready for that anyway. So regardless of whatever the end result is, remember what I said about the line. If something's holding up the line, it gets pushed back. So I can't have this other client who's been waiting patiently be pushed back again because they didn't do anything wrong. And this is not that important. But I am hopeful that when I go into Device Manager, that we'll have everything we need. And if we don't, I can just go to the Lenovo support site and download the drivers I need there. But I think, and I hope, well, so much for that. I would have thought the Radeon R5 graphics driver would have come through with the Adrenaline, but I'll just grab it from Lenovo. But it did take care of the other 2 items. So that's easy. No big deal. I don't know what that little box was about. Date driver. Search automatically. Best drivers are already installed. All right, then what's the problem? Windows has uninstall. That's clearly loading a video driver when it's doing that. Yeah, whatever the problem is, it's still there. Yeah, I'll have to grab the driver from Lenovo. It's no big deal. Okay, well, let's go ahead and shut this down. Yeah, see all these unwanted little apps? This isn't bloatware. These are just little right-click, uninstall it. It literally is like gone. It's nothing. It's like removing a line of text out of a Word document. 1 line, 1 sentence. It's that tiny. Not a big deal. You could spend hours configuring a custom Windows 11 install disk. And then when you test it and it's all working, just so you can save however long this takes me, 60 seconds. And then when the new version of Windows comes out, the 23H2, you can turn around and start all over again. I hope you are installing Windows often enough to make that investment of time worth it. Or I hope you just don't have a lot of other things going on. You just have nothing else to do. You're just like, I'll give you something to do. See how easy that is? It's not a big deal. All right, let me go ahead and shut this down now. Off, I said. There it goes. Again, thank you to Randy for sending us these Lenovo computers. And as I mentioned, we're going to do a giveaway here. Once I get the other machine that's a Dell small form factor that was sent by James, which I haven't even powered on yet, I'll get that one cleaned up and ready, and we'll do all three of those at the same time, and maybe a couple of the HP minis as well. Jeb contributes $2. Jeb is just an unfortunate nickname for Joseph. It is? I didn't know that. Thank you for the super chat, Jeb. And let me thank others for their contributions as well. I'm going to start with Frankie V, very generous contributor. And here's my YouTube page. Oh, here it is. Thank you to Mark Gaines. Thank you to Chuck D, who just became a member. Thank you to Essential Working Too Hard and MAHFL. And thank you to Uzi Wolf and Ron S, Billy Zoo, and Jeb a little earlier contributed, as did Cowboy Rowdy, Bull142. And continued thanks to Craig Casabona, John Inglis, Douglas Burchell, Mike Visions, watching us all the way. Okay. Bebo, Desmond Javin, who became a member today, Paul O'Brien, and Sarge Tech. Thank you, guys. I think both of them contributed before the show even started. You guys rock. And in the PayPal contributions, I often forget to say thank you again on the stuff that comes in email. I forget to look at it. But thank you from Joseph Latham and Ron Barnish. Ron Barnish. Thank you again, guys, for contributing and helping to support the channel. And hopefully I will be able to continue to buy products that I can review here and continue doing the giveaways as well. And keep the content varying and keep the giveaways going as well, so that we have kind of this nice cycle going on. It's awesome to be able to do this and not have to answer to a sponsor. You know, that's the kind of sponsorship where they say, look, you have to make this video the way we want you to make it. You've got to release it by this day, but we have to approve it. And if you don't do all of these things in exactly the way we tell you to, we're not going to pay you. So I'm glad I don't have to resort to that. And that's because of your contributions and your generosity, whether you're a member or even if you're just a regular viewer. Just your regular viewing also helps. And of course, having you participate in the chat helps a lot too. And I hope that you're receiving a lot from it as well. I see friendships in the chat room with people that live on opposite sides of the planet that have become like virtual friends. And it tickles me to see people talking amongst each other before the video started, or even during the video, where people are like, hey, how's this going on over there? And it's really neat that they've got these virtual friendships. And then I'll be super excited when I get my replacement DisplayPort cable, because that's unacceptable. Having this DisplayPort cable, you know, having to bend it one way or another for it to work. The good news is most people just plug a cable in once. You should never have this problem. I plugged this cable in and out probably 100 times, and it's not designed for that. So no matter what, no matter how careful I am, I'm going to break cables. I go through HDMI cables about every 3 or 4 months. I've got to replace them. At least the ones I'm constantly unplugging and plugging in, because they're not, these are the thin HDMI cables, and they're kind of delicate. They're not made for constantly plugging them in and out. They do have ones that are made for that, but they're heavy and thick and inflexible, and it's unpleasant. So I just know that's part of the cost of doing videos. It's like tires on a car. They're not going to last forever. You wear them out, you buy a new set. And that's what I do with cables around here. Thankfully, cables are cheap compared to other broadcast equipment. So just a note to myself to order extras. I should have had a spare. Cordia says, this was an awesome stream. Thanks. Well, thanks for hanging out with us. And Douglas Burchell says, what a great show and a great way to spend the day. Hey, keep us inside, right? It's hot everywhere. Morton said he's going to set up his Fire Stick 4K Max. Well, that'll take 5 minutes. That's super easy. Enjoy that. Jeb says, thank you to Carrie and community. Y'all are great. Well, you're part of it, so I guess that makes you great. Jason wants to know how Catherine's doing. I haven't seen her in a while. You and me both. Said you're working too hard. So Carrie, as always, this was an awesome stream. Thanks. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us. David Dix at Rock City PC says, have a great night. Carrie and chat. Great stream as always. I love when I can stop in. Well, we love having you here. Bob R says, wow. I don't know what he's referring to. Douglas Burchell says, I'm hot now, and I'm untethered fan. Joe Corinder says, good night, Carrie, and everyone in the chat. John Sands Rock says, have a great night. All right, thanks, you guys. I'm going to find my outro here. Oh, I think I'm going to use this one. Thanks for watching. I'll see you all again very, very soon. Until next time, bye for now.